Chapter 2338. Old Shing Scram. Today's matter isn't something you can meddle in. Otherwise, I'll kill you too. Just as the Orange Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord finished speaking, Qi Lian suddenly threatened in a cold voice. Even the Orange Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord's expression darkened when he heard this. He was old enough to be Qi Lian's grandfather. Although he was not as strong as Qi Lian, how could he feel good after being insulted like this? Senior Qing, you saw it too. Not only does Qi Lian look down on our Mountain Lord, he doesn't even take you seriously. Actually, you don't have to be angry. If you get angry with such a shameless person, you'll hurt your body. Others will be happy. At this point, Ling Xiao suddenly looked at Qi Lian and said, "You said my 3 sins. Today, I'll tear off your ugly and shameless face in front of everyone." Qi Lian was aggressive. He would definitely not sit still and wait for death. There were some things that had to be said clearly. At this moment, outside the meeting hall, a few figures who were originally rushing over suddenly stopped. Because the leader had given an order. He seemed to be listening to the conversation in the meeting hall with interest. "Qi Lian, you said I hit your mountain guard disciple, but you didn't ask why? The immortal boat had not left yet, but they lied to us, saying that the immortal boat had already left and refused to let us onto Scarlet Immortal Mountain. It's fine if it's me, but they actually insulted and criticized our Mountain Lord. Is it wrong for me to hit them? You said I killed the disciples of the Skyfiend Outpost, yes. But that's what they deserved. As martial artists of the outpost, they did not know how to be loyal to their duties. Instead, they bullied the weak and feared the strong. They even offended their superiors and tried to kill our Mountain Lord. Is it wrong for me to kill them? You said I offended my superiors by hitting Zhou Tong? What a joke. Zhou Tong has long been expelled from Black Immortal Mountain by our Mountain Lord. He's no longer a disciple of Black Immortal Mountain. Shouldn't I beat up such a traitor who is occupying the seats of our Black Immortal Mountain? You're talking nonsense. When was I expelled from Black Immortal Mountain?" Half of Zhou Tong's face was swollen, but he could not help but shout. "When I left the 8 Immortals Mountain." Dark Knight Formless suddenly spoke up. "That was my final test for you, but it's a pity that you're still so stubborn. Since that's the case, you, Zhou Tong, are no longer a disciple of the Black Immortal Mountain." "Ah?" Zhou Tong was completely dumbfounded. In the past, no matter how mischievous he was, Dark Knight Formless would always be able to endure and forgive him. But why this time? Why not? He was actually expelled from the Black Immortal Mountain? Ling Xiao. It must be that guy Ling Xiao. He was the one who stirred up trouble in front of Dark Knight Formless. Zhou Tong hated Ling Xiao to death. But when he touched the side of his face that was in so much pain, he didn't dare to say anything. Ling Xiao dared to beat him up in front of Desert Cloud. He was really afraid that the lunatic would kill him regardless of the consequences. That would be too unlucky. After casting a disdainful glance at Zhou Tong, Ling Xiao turned to Qi Lian and said, "Qi Lian, tell me about my 3 sins. I'd like to tell you about your 3 sins. The first sin is that you instigated your subordinates to lie and become enemies with the Black Immortal Mountain, destroying the unity of the 8 Immortal Mountain. As the Mountain Lord, you are extremely narrow-minded. The second sin is that you bribed the warriors of the outpost to support them and make them deal with the Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord. You are simply heartless. The third sin is that you falsely accused me in an attempt to sever my future. As a senior, an elder of the 8 Immortal Mountain, don't you feel ashamed for treating a mere disciple like me? To be honest, I'm truly ashamed to be associated with you. Why does the 8 Immortal Mountain have an elder like you?" When these impassioned words were spoken, everyone was even more shocked. Some people were even angrier, so angry that their bodies trembled. Some people had faint smiles, finding it amusing. Some people were still gloating. It was unknown if they were targeting Ling Xiao or Qi Lian. Although Qi Lian was enjoying her current glory, there were still many people who secretly wished for her to be unlucky. If all the crimes that Ling Xiao said were true, then Qi Lian really couldn't afford to be punished. Of course, everyone knew that even if those crimes were true, the 8 Immortal Mountain wouldn't do anything to Qi Lian. At most, they would verbally reprimand her or even fine her salary. But even so, Qi Lian was embarrassed enough. What people like her cared about the most was their reputation. If she was punished by a mere disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain, Qi Lian would really go crazy with anger. What nonsense! With a disciple like you in the Black Immortal Mountain, it seems like it won't be long before it is completely destroyed. Qi Lian finally stood up. Just now, she had allowed her disciples to do it, but now, she felt that she had no choice but to do it herself. I'm just spouting nonsense. I have solid evidence for everything I say. Do you want me to show it all to you? Especially the evidence of you bribing the warriors of the outpost. I believe that many people will be very interested. After all, many people covet the position of Elder of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Ling Xiao sneered. In the 8 Immortal Mountain, the number of elders was fixed, so only when other elders stepped down could the people behind them follow. Otherwise, even if one's cultivation was similar to an elder's, one could only be second. No need. You don't have evidence. It's all the same. Qi Lian's voice was gloomy and cold. For her, killing Ling Xiao was enough. There was no need to prove her innocence at all. Anyway, the sect wouldn't offend her for Ling Xiao. Qi Lian was a member of the Sand Race. When she was promoted to the 8 Immortal Mountain, she had already been taken in by the Sand Race. As long as the Sand Race didn't fall, Qi Lian wouldn't fall. One had to know that Shahai had caused so much trouble in the trial on the first floor of the ghost prison. Logically speaking, his death shouldn't be regretted. However, because of the Sand Race, not only did Shahai not die, but he also received some compensation. Of course, poor Shahai had taken a solid step on the road of death. In the end, he was killed by Ling Xiao. It could be considered as getting his wish. Although Qi Lian wasn't a member of the Sand Race, she was the wife of a member of the Sand Race. Her husband was a big shot in the Sand Race and a doyen of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Since Shahai was fine, it was even more impossible for her to be in trouble. Are you going to kill me? Are you angry from embarrassment? Ling Xiao looked at Qi Lian and asked with a sneer. Whatever you say. You're just a small disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Just because you contradicted me, you deserve to die. Nothing will happen to me if I kill you. Qi Lian's words were very straightforward and cruel. It was like this in the mystic world. If you had strength and status, you could make mistakes and even commit crimes. If you killed someone, you wouldn't have to bear any responsibility. Sigh, what a pity. I heard that this little guy is quite talented. Even if he can't advance to the 8 Immortal Mountain this year, he can still do it next year. Now there's no chance. Yeah, he doesn't know how to endure everything. Instead, he's so reckless. If he doesn't die, he'll be letting down his character. Chapter 2339. You can't say that. He wants to endure, but the problem is that Qi Lian is so overbearing. She directly gave him the 3 sins. Is he going to accept it without saying anything? Won't he still die if he accepts it? Orange Fairy Mountain's mountain master disagreed. In the beginning, he also hoped that Ling Xiao could endure. After all, he was a junior. It was fine to endure. But with Qi Lian's crazy personality, there was no way he could endure it. Akira and Desert Cloud looked at Ling Xiao coldly. They thought that Ling Xiao's ability to court death had improved. It seemed that they didn't have to do anything. Zhou Tong shouted hysterically. Mountain Master Qi Lian, kill him! Kill that arrogant kid! If Miss Yen'er wasn't killed by him, he wouldn't have had the chance to participate in the 8 Immortal Mountains test. You must avenge Miss Yen'er. These words were said at the right time. Qi Lian's gaze turned even colder when she thought of her dead daughter. Her expression became even more ferocious. At that moment, a terrifying aura swept over, wanting to devour Ling Xiao completely. Ling Xiao tried his best to resist, but he still felt terrified. It was as if the surrounding space was about to collapse, compressing his body continuously. So strong! Although this old witch has a bad temper and is very shameless, I have to admit that I can't fight with her with my current strength. I can only run. Ling Xiao had already prepared a way out for himself. However, whether he wanted to run or not depended on whether Night Formless was willing to help. If he wanted the Black Fairy Mountain's mountain master to regain his former arrogance, he had to take some risks. At this time, it was very likely that he would be injured. Damn it! As long as I don't die and can summon back Night Formless fighting spirit, it's worth it. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and quickly transformed into the iron-armored bull demon. Under this transformation, his defense was the strongest. He's not running? What is he trying to do? Actually, everyone thought that Ling Xiao would use his movement technique to escape. Night Formless thought so too. However, Ling Xiao refused to run away at all. He stood there and transformed into the armored bull demon, activating the intermediate lava combat body. In addition to the steel-armored ox demon transformation, there was an additional layer of powerful lava armor. Lunatic, does he really want to die? Crimson Viper isn't the desert sea. He can't really be planning to meet force with force, right? Is this child's brain flooded with water? Who knows? Many of his methods have always been incomprehensible. I guess it's because of his bad temper. He listened to the discussions around him. In fact, Ling Xiao was also under a lot of pressure. However, he believed that with his profound world physique, steel-armored ox demon transformation, lava armor, and Life Martial Soul's terrifying recovery ability, he would be able to escape. It was basically impossible for Crimson Viper to kill him in one strike. Humph! If you ran, you might still have a chance. Why are you standing there and waiting for death? Only his backbone was worthy of my praise. However, he still has to die. Crimson Viper snorted coldly and pounced on Ling Xiao. She used nearly 50% of her strength in the fierce palm strike. Of course, she couldn't use all her strength to deal with Ling Xiao. What a joke. She was the mountain master of Crimson Fairy Mountain. Ling Xiao was nothing. If she really attacked with all her strength, she would become a complete laughingstock. However, she believed that 50% of her strength was enough to kill Ling Xiao. When she attacked with her palm, Ling Xiao hurriedly threw out a palm strike. The two palms collided. Crimson Viper frowned slightly. On the other hand, Ling Xiao was directly sent flying out of the door of the meeting hall and fell heavily outside. Everyone inside could hear the sound of something being knocked over. Night Formless figure flashed and pounced out. Everyone also walked out of the meeting hall. Because many people wanted to know how badly Ling Xiao had been beaten. I guess even his bones are broken. Mountain Master Crimson Demonic Nether Palm was used just now. I guess Ling Xiao's corpse would have long been turned into a pool of blood. TSK. If that's the case, that kid really deserves it. Who asked him to provoke Mountain Master Crimson Fairy for no reason? I wonder how strong he is. What a joke. While chatting and laughing, everyone went outside. However, the laughter came to an abrupt end at this moment. Even though Ling Xiao looked like he was in a sorry state, he still managed to get up from the ground. Other than his lava armor being shattered and his steel-armored bull demon transformation being reverted to its original form, there was only a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. This injury seemed to be much lighter than he had imagined. It must be an internal injury. That kid is forcing himself, someone said. The one who spoke was naturally a disciple of Crimson Fairy Mountain because they couldn't accept the fact that Crimson Fairy's palm strike couldn't kill Ling Xiao. Yes. It must be an internal injury. I guess he will die soon. Another person chimed in. However, it was a pity. Ling Xiao just stood there and wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked at Crimson Fairy with a smile and said, Old witch, your palm strike isn't that strong. You can't even kill me and you want to kill Senior Chang? Yihei Wishing stood beside Ling Xiao and sighed softly. Enough, Ling Xiao. You will learn to endure after suffering a little. Go and heal your injuries first. I will settle the rest for you. The reason why he didn't help just now was because he could see that Ling Xiao wouldn't die, but he would definitely suffer a little. He hoped that this suffering could teach Ling Xiao a lesson and let Ling Xiao know the benefits of keeping a low profile. However, Ling Xiao only glanced at Yihei Wuxing and said, "Mountain Master, I don't know what happened to you in the past, but I, Ling Xiao, can't apologize to this son of a bitch. I would rather die than endure. This is my martial Tao. My, Ling Xiao's, unyielding martial Tao." After suffering from Crimson Fairy's palm strike, Ling Xiao became even more confident. Because he knew the limits of what he could endure. He knew that Crimson Fairy didn't use her full strength, but he didn't use his full strength either. Therefore, if they really fought, it would be hard to say. After hearing Ling Xiao's words, a young figure suddenly appeared in Yihei Wuxing's mind. That was his son. In the past, he had the same top-notch talent as Ling Xiao and admired Ling Yan very much. However, because he refused to admit defeat, he was beaten to death. That child had always said that persistence was his martial Tao, but in the end, was persistence so important? Why couldn't he admit defeat? If he admitted defeat, perhaps he wouldn't have to die. Mountain Master, if I admit defeat, I really won't have to die. Ling Xiao suddenly asked. When you encounter someone like Crimson Fairy, the result of admitting defeat will only be a worse death. The little birds on the streets don't know how to resist and are tortured to death by those vicious children. However, scorpions are smaller than ants, but they know how to resist. Even if they die, they will stab their poisonous tails into the other party's body. Instead, they survived. If others want you to die, it's not a matter of whether you admit defeat or resist, but a matter of whether you are strong or weak. Chapter 2340. Ling Xiao's words might have been simple. They might have been extreme. But they rang in dark night formless ears like a morning bell. Deafening. He'd never thought of it that way before. His son's death wasn't because he refused to admit defeat, nor was it because he was a coward. It was because the enemy was too cruel. Because his son was too weak. Ever since his son's death, he'd been depressed. He'd never even considered avenging his son. For one thing, the enemy's status was too high. For another, he'd been dealt a heavy blow. He hadn't been able to protect his son, but couldn't he protect his disciple as well? His eyes flashed with a sharp light. Suddenly, he shielded Ling Xiao behind him and looked at the dark cultivator who'd been eavesdropping on the conversation. No light in the night, are you not going to intervene? Dark Night Formless asked the dark cultivator coldly. Why should I intervene if he wants to die? If he can survive, then he'll be strong. If he can survive Crimson Viper's attack without help, then I can announce that he's a member of the dark race. He won't have to take any tests. No light in the night said coolly. You're still as cold and heartless as ever. Dark Night Formless sighed. His tone suddenly turned stern. You'd better not stop me. Otherwise, I'll kill you too. What? Everyone thought they'd heard wrong. The Mountain Lord was considered the most cowardly and incompetent of the lower 8 immortal mountain. How dare he threaten a high and mighty Dark Elder? Do you still know how to kill? No light in the night sneered. More than enough to kill you. Dark Night Formless said coolly. Haha, there's no use in talking. Stop Crimson Viper first. No light in the night chuckled. Dark Night Formless looked at Crimson Viper. His voice was as cold as ice. Stop. You're no match for me, and I won't allow you to hurt my disciple. What a joke! Crimson Viper didn't take Dark Night Formless seriously. He was secretly delighted that no light in the night wasn't going to intervene. He wanted to beat up both Dark Night Formless and Ling Xiao. It was the same Crimson Demon Dark Palm, but it was more powerful than before. A crimson demon appeared in its wake. Crimson Demon Viper's dark purple flames burned in the air. Stubborn! Dark Night Formless seemed to have changed into a different person. His attitude changed from his previous humble and low-key attitude to domineering and cold. Perhaps this was his true personality, which had been hidden by that mask for too long. Perhaps it was because of this personality that he and Ling Xiao had common topics to talk about. After all, the two of them were quite similar in personality. black soul form destroying fist. The moment Qi Lian's palm wind approached Dark Knight, only then did Dark Knight Formless suddenly punch out. A terrifying fist wind burst out. A strange situation occurred. All of Crimson Viper's palm wind and palm force had actually disappeared. It was as if it had been erased by something. It had completely disappeared. Qi Lian retreated dozens of meters in horror before he could stop himself. She wasn't injured in the collision, but Dark Knight Formless' strength had left a deep impression on her. He wasn't a coward. He was a truly terrifying existence. I didn't expect Dark Knight Formless to be so strong. This guy is too low-key. He didn't even fight when he was humiliated by ordinary disciples. I thought he didn't know martial arts anymore. I suddenly remembered the title he once had. Izichin said. You mean killing without leaving a trace? That's right. At that time, those who were killed by him seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth and could never be found again. His terror had already been widely spread by the people of Jianghu. However, it was also after that he suddenly disappeared without a trace. He's back. The lords discussed among themselves. They seemed to be thinking of that terrifying existence. Dark Knight Formless glanced at the nervous Crimson Viper. He didn't pursue him. Instead, he turned to No Light in the Night. You're an elder of the Dark Clan. Let's talk about the test at 8 Immortals Mountain. You're not as good as you used to be. Crimson Viper should have been turned into ashes by now. No Light in the Night laughed. Why don't you try? Dark Knight Formless said. Forget it. If you have that kind of strength, you should guard your Black Immortal Mountain well. No Light in the Night smiled. Then, he looked at the others and said, Let's go in. It's time to get to the point. He simply said that sentence. He didn't release any pressure or aura. Then, he walked toward the meeting hall. But other than Dark Knight Formless, the others didn't dare to disobey. They followed him in. Let's go. Dark Knight Formless didn't explain anything to Ling Xiao. He just said softly and led his disciples back into the meeting hall. Crimson Viper was furious. But she still had to hold it in. She was no match for Dark Knight Formless. Of course, more importantly, she was afraid of No Light in the Night. This person was much scarier than Dark Knight Formless. Disciples participating in the assessment, please form your teams. I believe that your Mountain Master has already explained the rules to you. I won't say more. After forming your teams, you'll be given the Soul Lock tokens. No Light in the Night didn't even look at Crimson Viper. He didn't even look at Ling Xiao. It was as if these two didn't exist in his eyes. Perhaps this was what a strong person looked like. If Ling Xiao was in that position, he probably wouldn't care about these two people who couldn't possibly be a threat to him. If he really had to care about everyone, he would be exhausted. The teams were quickly formed. But there was an unexpected situation. Just as Ling Xiao had worried, and just as Dark Knight Formless had predicted, Ling Xiao, Ho Rafeng, Cheng Feiying, and Lin Yang stood together. And Qingluan Flower of the Green Immortal Mountain stood alone. She didn't fit in. I can complete the assessment alone. Why do I need to form a team? To me, the others are just burdens. Qingluan Flower was indeed, as the rumors said, very proud and aloof. Perhaps she had been tricked before, so she didn't trust her teammates at all. If I tell you to form a team, then form a team. Otherwise, scram! No Light in the Night really didn't have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. He looked at Qingluan Flower coldly and said, Join the team of those 4. He pointed at Ling Xiao and the others. No matter how stubborn Qingluan Flower was, she could only obey in order to participate in the assessment. The Mountain Master of the Green Immortal Mountain shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's a pity that Luan Flowers don't fit in. Otherwise, they wouldn't have formed a team with those ugly melons and dates. Ugly melons and dates? Ling Xiao was unhappy when he heard this. You're the ugly melons and dates. Your whole family is ugly melons and dates. But he understood what the Mountain Master of the Green Immortal Mountain meant. Chapter 2341. Apart from Ling Xiao, whose cultivation was the lowest among all the cultivators participating in the assessment. The other members of this small team were also mediocre. Qi Renfeng's cultivation wasn't bad, but she was stubborn and obsessed with martial arts. She could easily ruin things. Although Cheng Feiying was a rebirth realm martial artist, she had just broken through the first transformation, the second layer of hell. Her strength couldn't be stable. As for Lin Yang, he was just a greenhorn with no experience. How could they count on him to help? Therefore, in other people's eyes, this team was hopeless. The Qingyuan flower joining this team was like a tiger protecting a flock of sheep. It felt a little dangerous. In the end, she asked for it. Who asked her to be so aloof? She doesn't know how capable she is. The people from Scarlet Fairy Mountain snickered. In their view, the Azure Luan flower was one of their Crimson Deity Mountain's martial artists' greatest competitors. If the Qingyuan flower was eliminated, it would be great for them. It would be best if the Black Deity Mountain martial artist and the Qingyuan flower were eliminated. That would be the best. They whispered there, thinking that no one else could hear them. But in reality, the hearing of martial artists was outstanding. Basically, everyone present heard it very clearly. Ling Xiao laughed in his heart. The Qingyuan flower wasn't unlucky to team up with him. She was too lucky. To be honest, he didn't like people like the Qingyuan flower who thought so highly of herself. It was hard to talk about teamwork with someone like her. He only hoped that the Qingyuan flower wouldn't drag him down. Otherwise, he would use extreme means to put her in a beast ring and lock her up. After the teams were assigned, the soul-locking tokens were distributed to every participating disciple. Sand Eagle simply repeated the rules, and that was the end of it. The soul-locking tokens are made of special materials. Those who aren't rebirth realm martial artists can't break them. So, during the battle, you can use martial arts without worry. You don't have to worry about whether the tokens will break or not. That kind of worry is completely unnecessary. At this point, No Light in the Night stood up and added, "There's no night or day on Demonic Mountain. It's always this kind of gray weather, so let's use the time of the mechanism clock as the standard. The test will officially begin in 3 hours. Have a good rest." After speaking, he delicately walked out. Before he left, he only glanced at He Formless and revealed a somewhat mocking smile, but did not say anything else. However, when the Sand Eagle passed by Ling Xiao, he warned fiercely, "Brat, you know that Mountain Chieftain Qi Lian is our Sand Clan's daughter-in-law, yet you still dare to provoke her. It's best that you don't ask for help during the test. Otherwise, humph." He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was obvious. If he had the chance, he would definitely target Ling Xiao during the assessment. There was no doubt about that. How was Desert Sea's funeral? Ling Xiao did not refute the idiot. Instead, he suddenly asked a question. Hearing this, Sand Eagle's face suddenly changed. Even No Light in the Night turned to look at Ling Xiao, somewhat shocked. This brat was too tactless. He really touched a sore spot. Desert Sea's death was a sore spot for the Sand Clan. Ling Xiao just had to mention this. It was obvious that he didn't give the Sand Clan any face. Looking at the ugly expression on the Sand Eagle's face, Ling Xiao sneered. He knew that this would offend the Sand Clan, and very severely. But so what? In any case, they were already like fire and water. The other party couldn't wait to kill him. Was there a need for him to hide it? If he really had to die, then of course he would take advantage of them before dying. If he didn't have to die, then he would take advantage of them even more. Ling Xiao Refeng, let's go back to our residence on Black Immortal Mountain to rest. Because the demonic outpost often held such tests, each sect of the 8 Immortal Mountain had its own residence. Ling Xiao and Qi Renfeng left with He Formless. A cold light flashed in Qi Lian's eyes. They returned to their residence on Scarlet Immortal Mountain. Akira suddenly said, "Mother, why worry? With me in Desert Cloud, killing Ling Xiao is as easy as pie." "Haha, of course. But you have to be careful. That brat is very cunning. Plus, Qingyuan Flower is in their group. It's not easy to deal with them." Although Qi Lian wanted to kill Ling Xiao, she wouldn't underestimate Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao's talent had been recognized by many. He was indeed very powerful. Moreover, Ling Xiao was also very cunning. Many experts had died at his hands. Qi Lian didn't want her daughter to be careless. "Don't worry, mother." He didn't even have the chance to send out a distress signal. Akira had already thought of a way to deal with Ling Xiao. The reason why she sold her soul to the Crimson Demon was so that she could get rid of Ling Xiao. She had already made such a big sacrifice. It didn't matter if she sacrificed a little more. Although Ling Xiao didn't know what they were up to, he could guess with his thighs that these people were definitely up to no good. If he found out that they were going to do him any harm, he would be merciless and strike first. Now, he was in a more advantageous situation. His strength was a mystery to the enemy, but the enemy didn't have many secrets in his eyes. After all, the Taiji Eye wasn't given for nothing. Back at the house on empty Black Deity, Ling Xiao was about to clean up and rest. 3 hours wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. He didn't want to waste time, so he cultivated for a while. This was his habit. But at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Chirafone walked over and opened the door. Qingluan Flower stood outside with a cold expression. "Ling Xiao, I heard that you're the leader of this team?" "You can say that." Actually, no one really appointed him as the leader. It was all recommended by everyone. Ling Xiao was Lin Yang's boss and had saved Cheng Feiying. And because of Dark Night Formless, Qi Renfeng had to listen to Ling Xiao. This made Ling Zhao's position in this team seem very high. If he wasn't the leader, the others didn't seem to be qualified. "If that's the case, can you come out and say a few words?" Qingluan Flower seemed to never know how to smile. Her face was always gloomy, as if someone owed her a lot of money. Actually, Ling Xiao didn't really like this kind of girl. But in order to pass the advancement test, he planned to endure it. "Of course, Mountain Lord, I'll go out for a while. Talk to her nicely. Don't lose your temper so easily," Dark Night Formless reminded. He seemed to have returned to his humble and polite self. Actually, this kind of disguise wasn't bad. Usually, there was no need to make a big fuss over small matters. But when it came to big matters, it was enough as long as he wasn't afraid of the slightest thing. Ling Xiao followed Qingluan Flower to a quiet flower bed. Chapter 2342. Qingluan Hua did not wait for Ling Xiao to ask and directly said, "I'm not looking down on you, but I have a request. I hope you can accept it on behalf of them." Qingluan Hua's attitude was not bad. Although her tone was a little cold, Ling Zhao's impression of her changed a little. "What request?" "During the test tomorrow, the 4 of you should try to hide behind me and protect yourselves. I will solve all the problems by myself. You don't have to interfere," Qingluan Hua said very seriously. "I don't know the strength of the 4 of you, but I'm not good at team battles. Teamwork will only make things worse." She said this very politely, as if saying that Qingluan Hua was not good at teamwork, so she did not want Ling Xiao and the others to help. However, the meaning was too obvious. She was worried that the 4 of them would cause trouble. The feeling of being looked down on was not good. However, to Ling Xiao, this was common. However, he didn't feel depressed at all. The more he was looked down on, the more excited he would be when he made a comeback in the future. Why should he care? Thinking of this, he smiled and said, "In that case, I'll have to trouble you, Qingluan Hua. It's not hard. Perhaps it will be easier." Qingluan Hua was delighted to see Ling Xiao agree so readily. In her opinion, without these 4 burdens, she would be able to deal with any difficulties more easily. As long as she did not encounter a strong opponent, she could handle it alone. If she encountered a strong team, she could just escape. After discussing the following matters, Qingluan Hua left. 3 hours later, no light in the night appeared on time and led everyone to gather outside the outpost. Because the weather was always gloomy and gray, the distance was very short. Ordinary people would only be able to see things 4 or 5 meters away, but they wouldn't be able to see any further. Even Yinyang realm martial artists could only see things 100 meters away. Anything further would be very blurry. This kind of gloomy feeling made people feel very depressed. They could even faintly hear ghostly cries and howls. It was very gloomy. Ah! Suddenly, a shrill scream came from afar, making one's hair stand on end. Some of the female disciples felt their legs go soft, and they had the urge to turn around and leave. What's going on? Ching Feiying curled up beside Ling Xiao and asked in a trembling voice. It's probably some kind of demonic beast or devil's voice, but it's similar to a human's. Ling Xiao guessed. He's right. There are many strange phenomena happening on Demonic Mountain. After you enter, don't believe anything. Otherwise, it's easy to fall into the monster's trap and die without knowing what happened. The Orange Immortal Mountain's mountain master reminded in a deep voice. That's right. Back then, I also walked through Demonic Mountain, so I know many dangers. Demonic creatures are the most cunning. They're not as easy to deal with as wild beasts. Dark Knight Formless nodded. In short, Ling Xiao, you have to protect the others. This is not only because you're the strongest, but also because you want to pass the first level. You can't let anything happen to them. Do you understand? Don't worry, Mountain Lord. I won't let my emotions affect my decisions. Even if that Qinghuan flower is in trouble, I'll still help. After all, she's already a member of my team from the moment she joined. Ling Xiao nodded. That's for the best. Dark Knight Formless was worried that Ling Xiao would act childishly, but now it seemed that he was overthinking. He didn't know Ling Xiao as well as he thought he did. Old Mountain Lord Qing, don't worry. Ling Xiao is our Orange Immortal Mountain's benefactor. He saved the lives of some of our disciples on the first level of the Ghost Prison. He also helped a lot on the second level of the Ghost Prison against the Ironback Thorn Beast. We're all people who repay kindness. We won't not help him. The one who spoke was Li Yan, the leader of one of Orange Immortal Mountain's teams. Although she was a girl, she was very straightforward. Li Yan's cultivation was even higher than Tyrant Feng's. She had already reached the late stage of the third level of hell. So when she said she would help, she wasn't just being polite. She was indeed capable. We'll help too. At this moment, a team from Green Immortal Mountain also walked over. Leading them was Green Immortal Mountain's Green Origin. Green Origin was at the late stage of the second level of hell and the first transformation of the Yin-Yang realm. Ling Xiao, you might not know this, but one of the blood pigs you saved last time was a relative from my hometown. I can't thank you enough. If you're in trouble this time, I'll definitely help. Green Origin's team and Li Yan team's good intentions were appreciated by Ling Xiao. In this world, there were ungrateful people, but there were also people who knew how to repay kindness. It seemed that Ling Xiao's life wasn't a failure. Thank you, everyone. If you're in trouble, you can come to me. Although I'm not very strong, I know formations. Maybe I can help you a little, Ling Xiao said with a smile. The weather is so bad. Naturally, we have to take care of each other. I reckon that Scarlet Immortal Mountain and Purple Immortal Mountain will join forces. Everyone be careful. LVZ Yuan frowned. Don't worry too much. We'll deal with it when it comes. Worrying won't solve any problems. Ling Xiao smiled. You're so carefree. Don't drag others down when the time comes. Qinghuan Flower originally thought that having Ling Xiao and the other three as burdens would be enough. She didn't expect another 10 people to come. Her mentality was a little unbalanced. Her words weren't very nice. She didn't have the politeness from last night. Her tone was sarcastic. Is that so? I hope you don't ask for help when you're in danger. Ling Xiao sneered. You've been scammed before, but it doesn't mean that everyone will do the same to you. Your attitude of looking at everyone as if they're thieves is really annoying. Ask for help? Qinghuan Flower couldn't help but scorn. If I, Qinghuan Flower, need you, Ling Xiao, to save me, then I'll be willing to be your bed maid. That's what you said. Ling Xiao didn't need any bed maid, but he had to cure this Qinghuan Flower's bad habit. Otherwise, the first round of the assessment would be in danger. I said it. I'm afraid you won't be able to. Qinghuan Flower said again. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything else. When the time came, everything would be clear. All right, those who aren't involved, follow the soldiers to Sky Devil Peak. There's a courtyard set up by our 8 Immortal Mountain. Those who are participating in the assessment, follow me. Dark Knight Light looked at the time and suddenly said loudly. As soon as he said that, the others immediately shut their mouths and didn't dare to make a sound. That was the benefit of being powerful. No one dared to disobey your orders easily. There was actually a shortcut to Sky Devil Peak. It was dug out by the 8 Immortal Mountain after sacrificing countless martial artists. It was very safe now. Moreover, it only took about 10 minutes to reach Sky Devil Peak. Chapter 2343. After the 8 mountain masters left, No Light in the Night led the participating disciples to the outpost. Before they stepped into the assessment path, they could already see the black shadows of monsters wandering around nearby. In the mist, the eyes of these monsters glowed red. They seemed to be waiting for the arrival of their prey. Demonic Mountain is indeed not a good place. All the participating disciples, including Ling Xiao, had the same feeling. And those disciples who had been here before were even more trembling, as if they had thought of something terrible. Through the fog, Ling Xiao wanted to see the true body of Demonic Mountain clearly. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it. The fog here was not ordinary, but a fog that contained powerful soul power. This kind of power could block and reduce Ling Xiao's vision. Demonic Mountain, what exactly are you? Ling Xiao was very curious, but right now, he had to set foot on this path first. Perhaps later, he would be able to know the true face of this mountain. You say you want to trample Demonic Mountain, but in fact, you don't have the ability to do so. What you need to do is to walk up Celestial Devil Peak alive. That's already an experience worthy of being proud of. Even if you can't advance to 8 Immortal Mountain, it's still a supreme honor. Okay, let's start now. No Light in the Night finally said a few more words at this time. Just this one sentence was enough to make one's blood boil. Following his order, more and more teams stepped into the fog and disappeared. For this kind of thing, Black Immortal Mountain always ranked last. But Ling Xiao didn't care. It didn't make a difference to him whether he went in a step earlier or later. Now, it wasn't that he was afraid of others, but that others shouldn't provoke him. Whoever provoked him was bound to be unlucky. Aren't you going to go in earlier? At this time, the weaker the team, the earlier they should go in and find a suitable place to hide first to avoid a premature confrontation with a strong enemy. No Light in the Night suddenly looked at Ling Xiao and the others standing at the back and said, "This isn't a rule. You're last." "Do we look weak?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. "Senior Elder and our mountain chieftain should be from the same clan, right? Your strength should be about the same, but your judgment is not as good as our mountain chieftain's. You really dare to talk back to anyone, but I really can't see what's so great about you." "Oh, maybe he's quite good at talking." No Light in the Night sneered. "Junior wouldn't dare to contradict you. I'm just stating a fact. We're really not weak." Ling Xiao was still very polite. However, this politeness made No Light in the Night feel a little sarcastic. "Not weak? Go down to the 8 Immortals Mountain. This time, there are 20 teams participating in the assessment. There are 5 teams from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain, and there are a few more people. There were more than 25 contestants in total. The Orange Celestial Mountain had 4 teams with 20 people. This is already 40 people. For the remaining 6 mountains, other than your Black Immortal Mountain, there are about 10 disciples participating. But your Black Immortal Mountain only has 3 pitiful people. Oh, right, that Zhou Tong was driven away by you, so there are only 2 people left. Isn't this enough to prove that you're weak? How can a motley crew be compared to elites?" Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Senior Elder, you should be worried that the people from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain will deal with us, right? Don't worry, they'll definitely be faster than us. Let's go!" After saying that, he took the lead and walked into the fog. Behind him, Ho Renfeng, Lin Yang, and Cheng Feiying followed closely. Only Qingluan Flower sighed, looking very unhappy. She wondered why she was so unlucky to follow such a group of crooked melons and broken dates. This time, she was afraid that things were not looking good for her. That kid is very similar to my nephew. He's even crazier than my nephew. I don't think he'll live long. Dark Knight Wukong looked at the hazy fog, and with a slight sway of his body, he immediately disappeared. Qingwan Flower, who had just stepped into the fog, suddenly felt that she was locked on by a soul power. Through this soul power, she could clearly sense the positions of her other teammates, so they wouldn't get separated in the fog. Is that Ling Xiao? Looks like he's quite capable. Although his cultivation isn't very high, he should be quite powerful as a support. Qingwan Flower suddenly felt that her previous words were a bit too much. But on second thought, even if Ling Xiao's support ability was not bad, his strength was not enough. How could she ask for help like this? Impossible. The five of them, with Ling Xiao as the arrowhead, quickly moved forward. At first, Qingwan Flower was still a bit worried. After all, the demonic mountain was full of danger. Not only would the other martial artists attack them, there were also terrifying demon beasts, terrifying heavenly demons and plants. Sometimes, plants that looked very ordinary were deadly poisonous creatures. If they were not careful, they would die on the spot if they were scratched. It was precisely because of this danger that she had repeatedly suggested Ling Xiao to slow down and let her lead the way. Because she had been here before. Although she didn't pass the last assessment, she should be more familiar with the terrain here than Ling Xiao. But Ling Xiao didn't listen to her at all. This made her very angry. Who would have thought that after half an hour had passed, they still hadn't encountered any danger? She clearly knew that Ling Xiao had avoided all the dangers that could be avoided. She was familiar with all those places. Did he come to the demonic mountain? Qingwan Flower was a bit confused. Impossible. He just joined the Eight Immortals mountain. How could he come to the demonic mountain? If there's no expert to protect him, he'll die sooner or later. She quickly denied her own inference. But why? Does he have some ability that I don't know about? At this thought, Qingwan Flower was both happy and worried. She was happy that Ling Xiao was more shrewd than everyone thought. However, she was worried that if Ling Xiao passed the first assessment, then what she said before would be a slap to her face. Just as Qingwan Flower was feeling conflicted, she suddenly heard a voice. Watch out! Immediately afterward, a sword light flew past Qingwan Flower's ear. Qingwan Flower clearly saw a small blood-sucking bug being killed by the sword light. She knew this kind of blood-sucking bug. It was a demonized blood-sucking bug from the demonic mountain. Once this bug touched the skin, it would only take a moment to produce terrible hallucinations. Any kind of hallucination was possible, but in the end, it would only lead to death. Anyway, she had never seen anyone survive after being bitten by this demonized blood-sucking bug. Could it be that he actually saved my life? Qingwan Flower couldn't accept this reality. Although the deacon was distracted because of her and Ling Xiao saved her, it was a fact that she was saved. I didn't ask you to save me, Qingwan Flower hurriedly said. I know that the previous oath didn't take effect. I saved you just to complete the assessment. Chapter 2344. But don't worry, you saved me once. I'll remember it and save you again. The Qingwan Flower hurriedly explained. Whatever. Ling Xiao still said calmly. But don't get distracted. It'll be more dangerous as we move forward. You have to be vigilant. The Qingwan Flower felt her face burning. She had gone to Ling Xiao before and told him that everything was up to her. She told him that Ling Xiao and the other three would follow behind her. But the current situation made her feel a little embarrassed. The one being protected was not Ling Xiao, but her. She had become a burden. I'll lead the way. There will be powerful beasts ahead. You're no match for them. Thinking of this, the Qingwan Flower rushed to the front and said, Then I'll leave it to you. Ling Xiao did not refute. He knew that if he did not make this Qingwan Flower suffer, this girl would not learn to cooperate with others. Since the Qingwan Flower wanted to lead the team, he would let her lead the team. Anyway, he would be following behind. If they encountered a life-threatening situation, it would not be too late for him to intervene. The Qingyuan flower thought that Ling Xiao would ridicule her, and then argue. She did not expect Ling Xiao to agree so easily. This made her feel even more embarrassed. She shook her head hard to get rid of her wild thoughts. She vigilantly released her soul power and lowered her speed to move forward. She could not have a soul power as terrifying as Ling Xiao's. Even if her cultivation was stronger than Ling Xiao's, it was still impossible. Not to mention that her strength might not be comparable to Ling Xiao's. Another half an hour passed. Junior brother, why did you let that woman lead the way? She's as slow as an old lady. And she almost got caught in a pile of rotten corpse thorns. Tyrant was a straightforward person. Compared to the half an hour that Ling Xiao led the way, this half an hour felt like a year. Not only was their speed much slower, but they also often encountered danger. Although he managed to dodge it every time, his little heart couldn't take it anymore. That's right, boss. It's better if you lead the way. Who knows, we might be able to reach Heavenly Devil Peak without having to fight. Lin Yang couldn't hold it in any more and chimed in. Qingyuan flower, can't you feel it yourself? In terms of scouting, you are no match for Ling Xiao. In order to pass the test as soon as possible, you should switch back. At most, you will be the one to fight. Cheng Feiying was even more direct. Qingyuan Hua's pretty face turned red. She couldn't get out of this embarrassing situation. However, there was one good thing about her. Once she knew she was wrong, she would change. You do it. The Qingyuan flower frowned. Although she was very reluctant, she still stopped and gave the arrowhead position to Ling Xiao. Wait! Ling Xiao suddenly shouted. What happened? The others were somewhat puzzled. Qingyuan flower thought that Ling Xiao was going to make a dig at her, so her expression didn't look too good. However, Ling Xiao didn't even look at her. Instead, he closed his eyes and said, Someone is coming. There are a total of 5 people. They just happen to be a team. They are coming from the side and are very fast. Set up the formation. When he said set up the formation, Ho Rifeng, Lin Yang, and Cheng Feiying immediately stood in their positions. Including Ling Xiao, a faint glow appeared under the feet of the 4 of them. There were also faint inscriptions flickering on them. Only Qingyuan flower was stunned. Earlier on the way here, when Ling Xiao talked about the battle formation, she didn't listen carefully at all. How would she know where to stand? Moreover, she was still puzzled. How did Ling Xiao know that the enemy was coming? She didn't even sense it herself. Just as she was about to ask, her expression suddenly froze. Because the enemy was closer, their aura became more obvious. She finally noticed it. Strange. Could it be that they have some special ability to lock onto our position? Why did they rush over without hesitation? Ling Xiao was puzzled. The fog was so big that even with his soul power, he could only release it to a radius of 500 meters. Could it be that one of the 5 people had a stronger soul power than him? Or did they have some other ability? Or was there something fishy? He looked at the soul-locking token hanging around his neck and frowned. He quickly probed with his soul power. Damn! After checking, Ling Xiao cursed out loud. There's actually an unknown, powerful consciousness in the soul-locking token. It feels like it belongs to some expert from the sand race. It's too similar to the sand sea and sand sculpture. You deal with the soul-locking token first. I will deal with the enemy. At this moment, Qingyuan flower had regained her composure. She saw the 5 enemies rushing over. They were the 5 experts from the Scarlet Fairy Mountain. One of them was the guy at the late stage of the first transformation's 2nd level of hell. When they came here, they didn't talk nonsense and directly attacked. Maybe they wanted to gain the upper hand by attacking first. They thought that Ling Xiao and the rest hadn't discovered them. Actually, she didn't need to say anything. The 5 people didn't even look at Ling Xiao and the rest. Instead, they rushed toward her. Qingyuan flower was shocked. She instantly guessed their intention. She was the strongest in this team, and the most difficult to deal with. If she was defeated instantly or killed on the spot, the rest of the 4 people could be dealt with more easily. However, she could think of something but couldn't do anything. She could only shake the long sword in her hand and face them. Fortunately, she discovered them in time and could prepare her move more calmly. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao's reminder, she would have been finished. This time, she might not be able to pass the test and might even lose her life here. After all, if they really wanted to kill her, she might not even be able to activate the soul-locking token. Heartless wind and snow sword, heartless! Qinghuan Flower was grateful to Ling Xiao, but she didn't slow down. A terrifying sword move was released in an instant and attacked the 5 people. The 5 people were stunned when they saw Qinghuan Flower charging toward them. Oh no, that woman is prepared! As soon as the exclamation sounded, one of them was in the middle. The cold sword aura instantly attacked that person's body, and his soul-locking token fell to the ground. The soul-locking token's design was very interesting. As long as a martial artist's soul was seriously injured, it would automatically fall off. And that person's body would also be teleported out of Demonic Mountain. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao knew that it was indeed not easy to kill people here. However, it wasn't impossible. As long as he could kill them with one blow, it would definitely be possible. The 5 people from Scarlet Fairy Mountain were not mediocre. But Qinghuan Flower was stronger. If Qinghuan Flower was caught off guard and attacked by the 5 of them, they would naturally succeed. But now, the situation was different. With Ling Xiao's help, Qinghuan Flower first discovered them and prepared her moves and tactics. Therefore, she killed one of them as soon as she attacked. At the same time, she also dodged the attacks of the other 4 people and was safe and sound. Captain, this is different from what we said. They seem to have been prepared. This woman is not easy to deal with, one of them said with some fear. What are you afraid of? Except for Qinghuan Flower, the 5 of them are all good-for-nothings. I'll hold off Qinghuan Flower. You 3 kill those 4 people, especially Ling Xiao. You must kill him on the spot. Chapter 2345. The sudden turn of events caused the leader to lose his composure. But he was the leader after all, so he quickly calmed down. Qinghuan Flower, although this woman thinks highly of herself, she does have some skills. Ling Xiao had to admit that even if she was fully prepared, she was not injured in a 1 versus 5 fight. She even crippled one of the opponents. Qinghuan Flower was more powerful than he had imagined. It was no wonder that he would boast about letting her fight alone. Boss, let's not bother with that woman. Those 3 people are coming. Lin Yang reminded him loudly. There are 3 of you. Each of you will deal with one of them. Do you need me to deal with such a small matter? Ling Xiao's calmness made Lin Yang swallow back his words. Are you serious, junior brother? Even the weakest of those 3 is on par with me. Lin Yang and Chen Feiying are probably no match for them. Chu Rifeng said hurriedly. Don't worry. Do you really think my battle formation is just for decoration? Just fight bravely. Ling Xiao smiled. He still had no intention of making a move. Qinghuan Flower was not as calm as him. Seeing that 3 of the remaining 4 enemies were charging at Ling Xiao and the others, she became anxious. In her eyes, although Ling Xiao had very powerful auxiliary abilities, his strength was at the bottom of the group. She did not pay attention to the battle formation at all. She did not know what was so powerful about it. She turned around and wanted to save them. But she was stopped by the leader of the small team. Your opponent is me! That person looked at Qinghuan Flower coldly and said, Get lost. You are no match for me. Qinghuan Flower was anxious. She stabbed out with her sword and took advantage of the moment when the opponent dodged to save them. However, the leader was not easy to deal with. A terrifying palm wind suddenly came from behind her. If she did not turn around to deal with it, she would definitely be seriously injured. If that happened, the 5 of them would still be in trouble. Damn it! Qinghuan Flower could only turn around and attack. Because he was in a hurry, he actually suffered some minor injuries. As I said, your opponent is me. Although I'm not as beautiful as you, the Qinghuan flower, the difference between the two of us isn't that big. If you want to save those 4 pieces of trash, you will die. I believe you understand this very well. The captain looked coldly at the Qinghuan flower. His mission was simple. He didn't need to defeat the Qinghuan, but to stall the Qinghuan. That was enough. Since the first plan did not succeed. In that case, he would simply execute his second plan. After killing Ling Xiao, he would turn around and flee. That would be enough. He trusted his teammates very much. Because of the 3 teammates, the weakest one was on par with Tian Renfeng. The other 2 were not much weaker than him. They were much stronger than Lin Yang and Cheng Feiying. This was the advantage of the Scarlet Deity Mountain. Although the Qinghuan flower was very anxious and angry now, she was still very angry. But at this moment, she had no other choice. The only way to save Ling Xiao was to take care of the enemy in front of her. Take care of him in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, everything would be empty talk. In fact, the teams from the Scarlet Deity Mountain and the Purple Deity Mountain had long had their eyes on Ling Xiao. No matter who Ling Xiao's teammates were, they would attack. It was just that their strategy was different. The Sand Race experts had tampered with Ling Xiao's soul-locking token. This allowed the others to know Ling Xiao's location. This was also the reason why this group of people could find Ling Xiao so quickly. But what surprised the captain was that there was a flaw in his plan. Although he didn't know what went wrong, he had already made adjustments. Now, he just needed to stall for time. In any case, there would be more teams rushing over soon. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could erase the consciousness in the soul-locking token. He also didn't believe that Ling Xiao would dare to throw away the soul-locking token. Once he threw away the soul-locking token, Ling Xiao would be taking the initiative to withdraw from the test. This could be considered to have achieved their goal. So, for them, victory was in their grasp today. But for Ling Xiao, it was a dead end without a doubt. Kill! Qinghuan's voice broke the captain's dream. The battle was about to start. The only thing the captain wanted to do was to stall for time and let his teammates kill Ling Xiao. Even if they couldn't kill him, when the other teams came, Ling Xiao would still die. On the other side, Ling Xiao didn't look at the 3 fierce-looking disciples from the Scarlet Deity Mountain. Instead, he injected his soul power into the soul-locking token in an attempt to erase the consciousness inside. But he failed again and again. The consciousness inside was too strong. It was even stronger than his soul power. What should I do? If I don't get rid of this thing, my location will always be known by the other teams. There will be endless trouble. No matter how strong we are, we can't escape the fate of being exhausted to death. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. It seemed that he could only use his old magical power. Luckily, the others were focused on the battle. Ling Xiao left the battle formation and quietly stepped into the fog. Then, he opened the eye of the immortal pot as quickly as possible. In the void, an immortal pot appeared. It sucked in the consciousness inside the soul-locking token. The consciousness didn't resist at all. It was completely defeated. At the same time, somewhere in the Sand Race's residence in the 8 Immortal Mountain, Serene, the father of Sha Hai and Sha Diao, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face became extremely pale. How is this possible? Serene's face was extremely frightened. How could that kid erase the consciousness I spent so much effort to hide? He thought it was erased. In fact, the consciousness was absorbed by the immortal pot. Then, it would slowly be converted into Ling Xiao's soul power. Serene's action not only didn't harm Ling Xiao, but also indirectly helped Ling Xiao increase his soul power. What was more depressing was that because of this failure, his soul was also damaged. He had to take a long time to recover. Who on earth did this? Could it be that Ling Xiao has an expert helping him? Serene still couldn't understand how Ling Xiao could erase his powerful soul power so easily. It didn't matter if he couldn't figure it out. At the demonic mountain, the battle situation was very interesting. After Ling Xiao took out the immortal pot to destroy the consciousness of the powerhouse and the soul-locking token, he hid on the side and began to watch the show. Among these people, except for the martial artist who was fighting with Qingwanhua, he wasn't interested in fighting the rest. So, it was better to let Ho Rafeng, Lin Yang, and Cheng Feiying practice. With a powerful battle formation, the three enemies wouldn't be able to take advantage of him. Ho Rafeng felt this the most clearly. Normally, if he encountered this opponent in front of him, he would definitely have to go through a tough battle. At most, it would be a draw. He had even lost several times. But today, he was a little doubtful if he was himself. He had beaten the other party so badly that even his own mother couldn't recognize him. His continuous attacks left the other party unable to fight back. As for Lin Yang and Cheng Feiying, in a situation where their strength was obviously inferior to the other party, they were actually not at a disadvantage. Chapter 2346. How can the power of a battle formation be so strong? Qingwanhua, who was in the middle of the battle, also noticed the strange situation and couldn't help but be shocked. Although Ling Xiao didn't dare to fight, it was completely within her expectations. She had always thought that Ling Xiao was a powerful support with no combat power at all. Not fighting was a wise choice. This is good. With his support, this first test should be easy to pass. Qingwanhua gradually calmed down. She was no longer anxious. That was very scary. Just now, because of her anxiety and anger, there were too many flaws in her attacks, which others could easily exploit. But now that she had calmed down, there weren't so many flaws. And her attacks were even fiercer, which made the team leader of Scarlet Fairy Mountain feel great pressure. The team leader also saw the situation on the other side. What's wrong with you three? Can't you even take care of a few pieces of trash? Don't just focus on those three people. Kill Ling Xiao. He's the key. The team leader roared angrily. But at this time, a sword light came at him. Because he was distracted, one of his arms was cut off. But at this time, the soul-locking card didn't fall. This made Ling Xiao's eyes light up. The arm fell off, but the soul-locking card didn't. That meant that the soul-locking card would only fall off when one's life was in danger. Interesting. When the three heard the team leader was angry, they saw Ling Xiao watching from the side. His heart was filled with anger. They immediately retreated, leaving Ho Rafeng, Lin Yang, and Cheng Feiying behind to kill Ling Xiao. It was a pity that they had underestimated their three opponents too much. Ho Rafeng was in high spirits. How could he let his opponents leave? He directly threw a punch, which turned into the size of a small mountain. One of the martial artists fainted on the spot. The soul-locking card fell off and his body was teleported away. Cheng Feiying was also very fierce. Although she wasn't very strong, because she was a martial artist who had reincarnated, her experience was really amazing. The moment her opponent turned around, she suddenly released the musical note Ice Lion, which froze that person. Then the soul-locking card fell off and his body was teleported away. Compared to the other two, Lin Yang was slightly weaker. He threw a punch at the other party, but he didn't manage to knock down the soul-locking tablet, allowing the brat to rush out. However, Lin Yang did not stop attacking. If his attack power was not enough, then he would attack a few more times. After a series of attacks, the guy who had completely lost his will to fight and was in a hurry to escape finally fainted. The soul-locking token fell, and his body was teleported away. When the captain saw the situation, he knew that things weren't going well. He abandoned the Qingwan flower and threw a smoke grenade before running away. Within the fog, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. Run? Where are you going? His figure gradually disappeared. The squad leader instantly dashed hundreds of meters away, but he almost bumped into someone. When he stopped and saw that it was Ling Xiao, he was overjoyed. At this moment, he didn't even think about why Ling Xiao would appear here. He only felt that this was a chance given to him by the heavens to complete today's mission. I was going to kill you, but you came here to die. That's exactly what I wanted. He didn't beat around the bush and attacked as he spoke. Ling Xiao just looked at this person's attack indifferently, not moving at all. The terrifying fist energy blasted onto Ling Xiao's body, but it actually made a dull sound. It didn't seem like it had hit a human body at all. The attacker's fist made the sound of bones breaking. Why is it so hard? He looked at Ling Xiao in horror, unable to understand why his punch didn't cause any damage to Ling Xiao. Instead, it shattered the bones in his hands. Do you want to live? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Humph, Ling Xiao, don't be so smug. Even if I can't break through your defense, you can't hurt me. Besides, you'll die soon. You won't have to wait too long. The squad leader was still waiting for his reinforcements because this was what Sha Diao had promised. He said that several teams would come and kill Ling Xiao together. Waiting for reinforcements? I'm sorry to tell you, but you won't have that chance, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Although I don't know who did something to my soul-locking card, I've already dealt with it. Right now, no one can easily find my location, especially in this dense fog. So there are only two consequences for you. Either you tell me everything and withdraw from the assessment, or you die. His voice was very indifferent and not particularly cold, but it made the squad leader feel a very strong chill. Impossible, your soul-locking card is serene. No, I didn't say anything. Perhaps it was because he felt that it was too inconceivable. The squad leader's brain short-circuited for a moment, and he actually said the culprit behind the scenes. Serene? Oh, it's Sha Diao and Sha Diao's father. No wonder he wants to deal with me. I understand, he wants another son to die. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, What a pity, you have no value in living. Die. He already knew what he needed to know, so he naturally had to make a move. This person wanted to kill him, so he naturally had to kill him. He didn't care what reason or excuse the other party had to deal with him. Their goal was the same. Wait a minute, you have to think carefully. The soul-locking card can release a distress signal. If you want to kill me, the disciples of the Upper Eight Immortal Mountain will immediately kill you. The squad leader began to look fierce, but was actually a little timid. He no longer had the arrogance from before. It was probably because what he was looking forward to no longer existed. How could he be confident with that kind of despair? I promise I will kill you before the disciples of the Upper Eight Immortal Mountain come. When Ling Xiao's voice fell, the squad leader felt a bolt of lightning fall from the sky. Then he lost consciousness. Damn, this berserk thunder art is too strong. Originally, it was released the fastest and was the most sudden, but I didn't expect it to instantly blast the opponent into ashes. Looking at the opponent who had already become a pile of charcoal, Ling Xiao was surprised. He took out the soul-locking card and felt a powerful aura quickly approaching. An assessment disciple was killed, and this was the first one to be killed. The Upper Eight Immortal Mountain would naturally send people to investigate. However, Ling Xiao believed that even the disciples of the Upper Eight Immortal Mountain wouldn't be as free as him in this fog. He left just like that, almost brushing past the other party. But the disciple of the Upper Eight Immortal Mountain didn't stop him. Ling Xiao killed the squad leader in a very short time. So when he returned to the other four, although the four of them had some doubts, they didn't ask much. At this moment, they had passively destroyed a squad and obtained 5 soul-locking cards, 1 for each person. But this still didn't confirm that they could advance. Chapter 2347. According to the rules, the 4 teams that obtained the most spirit-locking tokens would advance to the second round. Therefore, even though they had already obtained 5 tokens, Ling Xiao decided to get a few more just to be safe. It would be best if all the disciples from Purple Fairy Mountain and Scarlet Fairy Mountain were eliminated. This was the outcome of those who dared to provoke Ling Xiao. In fact, those from Scarlet Fairy Mountain were the unlucky ones. Qinghuan Flower was strong enough, and with a monster like Ling Xiao, it was impossible for them not to be eliminated. As for the other teams, their strength was more evenly distributed. In terms of strength, Qilinger, Desert Cloud, and the others were the only ones who were slightly stronger. What have you been doing? Qinghuan Flower frowned, obviously a little angry. You're not strong enough. If you met the team leader who escaped just now, I'm afraid your life would be in danger. Although this girl looked down on Ling Xiao's strength, Ling Xiao didn't argue with her because she was concerned about him. He just smiled and said, I've been hiding nearby. I only dared to come out after your battle. Qingluan Flower frowned, then sighed helplessly. She was becoming less and less confident in her own judgment. Although Ling Xiao didn't participate in the battle, he almost wiped out the team that wanted to ambush them. This kid was really not ordinary. If she knew that the team leader who escaped was easily killed by Ling Xiao, what kind of expression would she have? Let's go. We can't stay here for long. In order to prevent Qingluan Flower from asking more questions, Ling Xiao suggested that they set off immediately. This time, he naturally became the leader of the team. After the previous encounter, Qing Luanhua had to admit that she wasn't unlucky to have joined this team. Perhaps she had picked up a treasure. Ling Xiao. After a while, the Qingluan Flower suddenly stopped and called out to Ling Xiao, who was in front of it. What's wrong? Ling Xiao turned around and asked. I think the four of you should be able to reach Heavenly Devil Peak easily. Why don't we split up here? Said the Qingluan Flower. Separate? I don't understand. Do you think we're a burden, so you don't want to walk with us? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Qingluan Hua shook her head and said, No, although I don't trust my teammates, I know that the four of you are not as incompetent as people say. This can be seen from the battle just now. Then why? Lin Yang asked curiously. Sai, since you insist on asking, there's no harm in telling you. Qingluan Hua felt that if she didn't tell them the truth, they would probably continue to follow her. Therefore, he said, Have you heard of the Violets of the Purple Deity Mountain? Of course. Violets is the #1 expert in the Purple Deity Mountain. Her strength is second only to Desert Cloud and Akira. Cheng Feiying nodded. This Violets is actually my sister. Although they are not blood-related, my father adopted her a long time ago. She grew up with me. But because of an insignificant matter, she killed my father. I can't forgive her. Qingluan Hua sighed. So you plan to take revenge on her alone? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, even if I can't pass the test, I will kill the Violets and avenge my father. I really can't tolerate her ungrateful behavior. My father loved her so much. He cared about her even more than he cared about me. He especially sent her to the 8 Deities Mountain to learn. But she killed my father. Qingluan Hua gritted her teeth. She didn't want to say these words at first, but after saying it, she felt a lot better. Her whole body didn't feel so uncomfortable anymore. All this time, these emotions had been suppressed in her heart, and it was really uncomfortable. This also made her become a loner. Now that she said it out loud and there was someone to bear it for her, she felt really comfortable. Do you know where that Violets is? Ling Xiao asked. I'm not sure yet, but during last year's test, we had a battle in the Spider Cave of the Demonic Mountain. Of course, I lost that battle and almost died. Fortunately, I had the soul-locking card and saved my life. She was also seriously injured and didn't pass the test in the end. Qingluan Hua replied. Then come with me. I'll take you to find the Violets. It'll be much safer than you blindly looking for them alone. Don't refuse. I'm not doing this for you, but for myself. Seeing that Qingluan Hua was somewhat moved, Ling Xiao hurriedly added, If you are eliminated, then I can forget about passing the test, so there's no need to talk about parting ways. Ling Xiao's domineering tone stunned Qingluan Hua for a moment, and she couldn't refuse in the end. She just nodded slightly and said, The Violets are very strong, and her team can't be weak. If it really doesn't work, I'll give up on revenge and definitely won't delay your test. Consider it as repayment for saving me before. Ling Xiao was naturally very happy to hear such words from her. Everyone liked people who had a conscience, and knew how to repay kindness. Although Ling Xiao and Qingluan Hua had a little disagreement before, it wasn't a big deal. The way things were now was very good. The 5 of them began to move forward. Ling Xiao paid close attention to the situation around him, hoping to help Qingluan Hua find the Violets as much as possible. According to his deduction, the team from Purple Deity Mountain should have locked onto his position before. They came quite a bit closer to him, and it wasn't until he erased that consciousness that the other party suddenly became a headless mosquito. So it should be relatively easy to find them. Along the way, he was still very vigilant. Every blade of grass and every tree on Demonic Mountain was full of danger and couldn't be looked at with ordinary eyes. Otherwise, if he wasn't careful, not only would he fail the test, but he would also lose his life. Every time they walked a certain distance, Qingluanhua couldn't help but admire Ling Xiao a little more. She really didn't know how Ling Xiao avoided those threats. Along the way, she saw a lot of poisonous insects and fierce beasts. Just when she thought they would definitely have to fight a big battle, Ling Xiao always managed to avoid danger with ingenious routes. For the martial artists participating in the first test, being able to avoid those unnecessary dangers was really too precious. Nearly an hour later, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped and motioned for the people following behind him to stop as well. "What's the matter, boss? Is someone coming to attack us again?" Perhaps Lin Yang was too comfortable in the previous battle, so he wanted to taste that feeling again. "No, it seems like Li Yan and the others from Orange Deity Mountain are in trouble." Ling Xiao opened his Taiji eye and saw through the layers of fog to see the situation hundreds of meters away. He couldn't help but move again, this time at an even faster speed. "Do you want to help?" Qingluanhua asked curiously. "I don't think you're the kind of person who takes pleasure in helping others." "You're right, but Li Yan is different. Before the test started, she said she would help me. Although she hasn't done anything yet, I can't just stand by and watch her die." Chapter 2348. I didn't expect this guy to be such a good guy, even though he killed people like Scything Flax and showed no mercy to the dozen soldiers at the outpost. Qingluanflower's impression of Ling Xiao was also quietly changing. "Get into the battle formation. This time, we're not dealing with martial artists. We're dealing with terrifying demonic beasts called netherwolves. There are 23 of them, and each of them is at least at the peak of the first layer of hell," Ling Xiao reminded them when they were about to reach their destination. "They're actually nether wolves." Qingluanflower frowned. It would be easier to deal with other demonic beasts, but nether wolves were too troublesome. Not only were they extremely tenacious, but they could also spit out terrifying poisonous fog. Once a martial artist inhaled the poisonous fog, they would quickly feel weak all over. Even their yin-yang origin power would be dissolved by the poisonous fog and become powerless. Nether wolves were ranked among the top 5 most troublesome demonic beasts on Demonic Mountain. Most importantly, these guys lived in packs. Whenever they appeared, there would be at least 20 of them. Qingluanflower wanted to stop Ling Xiao from taking the risk. But when she saw Ling Xiao's determined eyes, she gave up. If she stopped Ling Xiao now, she would only be despised by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao would definitely look down on someone who didn't even dare to save his friends. Qingluanflower didn't know when she started to care about Ling Xiao's opinion of her. They were getting closer. Li Yan was in a life-and-death battle with the netherwolves. Someone in her team was already injured. Although they hadn't been eliminated from the test yet, if no one came to save them, at this rate, they would all be wiped out sooner or later. Netherwolves were known for their ferocity and their ability to fight for a long time. This wasn't an exaggeration. Moreover, these cunning guys were also very good at cooperating with each other, and were notoriously difficult to deal with. "Senior Marshal Sister Li Yan, are you okay?" A voice suddenly came from the fog, and Li Yan's spirit instantly perked up. She recognized that it was Ling Xiao's voice. Ling Xiao's arrival meant that Qingluanflower was also here. With Qingluanflower's strength, she would definitely be of great help to them in dealing with the netherwolves. At this time, Li Yan didn't realize that the biggest reinforcement wasn't Qingluanflower, but Ling Xiao, whom she had neglected. Of course, she did not deliberately ignore it. She was just like most people, blinded by Ling Xiao's weak appearance. "Ling Xiao, don't come over. You are too weak. If you come over, it will be very dangerous. Let Qingluanhua do it. Li Yan's the only one." She's SSST. At first, Li Yan thought it was Qinghuan flower. She couldn't help but admire the Qinghuan flower's strength. Entering the wolf pack was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. When she saw it clearly, she was stunned. No, it's not Qinghuan flower. It's Ling Xiao. A warrior from the Yan team shouted in shock. How can he be so strong? Another person also shouted. How would I know? I'm confused too. Li Yan was really confused. She thought that Ling Xiao was very weak. Because of this, before participating in the assessment, she said that she wanted to repay Ling Xiao for saving the disciples of the Orange Celestial Mountain. She wanted to protect Ling Xiao. But at this moment, it wasn't her who was protecting Ling Xiao. Instead, it was Ling Xiao who was protecting them. The moment Ling Xiao stepped into the pack of wolves, his body began to glow with a bright light. This light was not only gorgeous, but also terrifying. The nether wolf was a ferocious monster. It should have been a headache for all the participants. Because this guy was not only fast, but his coordination was also very strange. But when it came to Ling Xiao, it didn't seem to be a problem. The one who should be having a headache was the nether wolf. Ling Xiao's body released lightning. As long as it touched the nether wolf, it would make the nether wolf howl miserably and fall to the ground. Then, its limbs would twitch, and it would almost die on the spot. Coupled with the terrifying slashes of his heavy sword, every slash would definitely take the life of a nether wolf. Their bodies were directly smashed out of shape. There was no way they could survive. At this moment, Ling Xiao hadn't even used his martial soul transformation. He was just using his intermediate lightning battle body and his terrifying combat strength to fight these nether wolves. Because he didn't need to use his martial soul transformation. With his current strength, it was more than enough to deal with these nether wolves. In terms of speed, the other party was not as good as him. In terms of endurance, the other party was not as good as him. In terms of defense, the other party wasn't even worthy of carrying his shoes. And those seemingly cunning coordination was just a clumsy performance under his Tai Chi eye. How could they give him a headache? Therefore, these fellows that were simply nightmares to others had become prey that were not worth mentioning to him. This guy is actually so strong? Qinghuan's expression was very interesting. She thought that Ling Xiao only had powerful auxiliary abilities that could help them get rid of troublesome opponents. But she never thought that this guy not only had auxiliary abilities, but also had such powerful combat strength. Although it seemed that he couldn't surpass her, he was much stronger than she had imagined. Especially those exquisite combat skills. Even she was left in the dust. Almost every time the nether wolf was about to attack Ling Xiao, the battle would be reversed. At first, Qinghuan thought that it was just a coincidence. She thought that it was because Ling Xiao wasn't strong enough, so it was dangerous. But after the same thing happened a few times, Qinghuan completely understood. It wasn't dangerous at all. It was a strategy made after careful calculations. It was done on purpose. How did Ling Xiao do it? Heavenly lightning fire! Ling Xiao suddenly slashed down with the sword in his hand. The extremely terrifying lightning sword aura rushed into the wolf pack. In an instant, more than 10 wolves were burnt black. They fell to the ground and couldn't move at all. The air was filled with a burnt smell. There was even the smell of cooked wolf meat. However, the nether wolf was famous for not being afraid of death. Not only were they not afraid when more than 10 of them were killed in an instant, but they also howled and summoned more nether wolves. In an instant, close to 100 nether wolves charged at Ling Xiao in a dense pack. They completely ignored the rest of the people. The poisonous fog exhaled by the 100 nether wolves almost formed a terrifying poisonous miasma. There was no way to avoid it. However, Ling Xiao stood there with his sword in both hands. He was very calm. Nether wolves are nether wolves, which is also me. If it was Qinghuan, I'm afraid it wouldn't be so easy. Maybe I'm the nemesis of these guys. Looking at these nether wolves, Ling Xiao felt a little happy. Maybe he wasn't just the nemesis of the nether wolves. It seemed that all monsters that met him would be unhappy. Chapter 2349. Don't you need help? At this moment, Qingwan Hua and the others had already begun to heal the members of Li Yan team. Seeing Ling Xiao being surrounded by more netherwolves, Qingwan Hua couldn't help but ask. No need. The lightning on Ling Xiao's body became even more dazzling. Gradually, within the lightning, terrifying magma began to flow and envelop his entire body. This made him even more terrifying. What's his cultivation level? Li Yan asked Qingwan Hua. She thought that Qingwan Hua had good eyesight and should be able to tell. Unexpectedly, Qingwan Hua shook her head helplessly and said, I don't know. I'm getting more and more confused about Ling Xiao. Since the moment he stepped onto the demonic mountain, he has been constantly surprising me. There are too many mysteries surrounding this person. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao as they healed their wounds. They wanted to know how Ling Xiao was going to deal with these 100 netherwolves. Under everyone's gaze, Ling Xiao put away the heavy sword. He took out the secret sword. He hadn't used this secret sword for a long time, because he didn't have a suitable secret technique. But since he successfully condensed the advanced lightning body and the advanced lava body, Ling Xiao obtained 2 advanced jade-level secret techniques. Now, he could finally unleash the terrifying power of this secret technique. A wooden sword? It's quite beautiful, but can it kill the netherwolves? Everyone was very curious, wondering what Ling Xiao was going to do. After a while, the lightning on Ling Xiao's body completely disappeared and was replaced by boiling magma. I've heard that he cultivated a dual body, but I thought it was only a dual primary body. I didn't expect him to have reached the intermediate level. I really underestimated him. This guy has been hiding his strength all this time. Qingwan Hua had naturally heard of Ling Gao's name. After all, Ling Xiao was the hero who eradicated the Devil's Shadow sect. Although this hero was insignificant in the eyes of many disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain, he was not even worth mentioning. This was because almost everyone who thought that their cultivation was stronger than Ling Xiao felt that they could also be heroes. It was just that they didn't have the opportunity to do so. The Qingwan flower once had a similar idea. But today, she suddenly felt that her thoughts were laughable. It was no accident that Ling Xiao was able to eradicate the Devil's Shadow sect. This guy really had that ability. It was ability, not strength. Ling Xiao always seemed to be able to make the impossible possible. This was something that no one else could compare to. Just as Qingwan was lost in her thoughts, Ling Xiao's secret technique sword was already aimed at the netherwolves. The lava in his body was boiling non-stop. Even the netherwolf could feel the terrifying power. The netherwolf that was charging towards Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment. It was this moment of hesitation. Ling Xiao's secret technique sword emitted a blazing light. High jade grade secret technique. Lava storm, small success. Following Ling Xiao's release of the terrifying secret technique. With him as the center, everything within 10 meters of him was covered in lava. The lava seemed to have a mind of its own as it coincidentally avoided Qingwan Flower and the others. It only burned towards the netherwolves. Screams sounded one after another. Qingwan Flower started to sympathize with the netherwolves. How could they meet such a terrifying opponent like Ling Xiao? This terrifying move burned almost all of the netherwolves to death. Only a few netherwolves at the very edge of the forest fled in a panic while letting out terrified cries. They probably wouldn't dare to appear in front of Ling Xiao again. This was the first time Ling Xiao used Lava Storm. The terrifying power of this move made him very satisfied. This was the secret technique that he wanted. Although compared to the Burning Heaven Eye he used before, it was still a lot weaker. But the Burning Heaven Eye couldn't be used now. It was already good enough to use Lava Storm as a substitute. High Jade Grade Secret Technique. What a powerful move! Seeing this move finished, Qingwan Flower's expression became even more interesting. The power of this move was something that even she couldn't escape unscathed. It was really terrifying. Ling Xiao actually learned the High Jade Grade Secret Technique. Where did he learn it from? Did he learn it from the Black Immortal Mountain? He really hid his strength. Looks like this test is going to be interesting. Li Yan also let out a sigh. I'm afraid no one expected Ling Xiao to be so strong. Even so, his strength is still not as good as mine and the Violet's. It's even more impossible for him to be compared to Desert Cloud and Akira. The 8 Immortal Mountains test only requires 3 people. I'm afraid he's going to regret it. Qinghuan Flower sighed, feeling sorry for Ling Xiao. With such strength and terrifying talent, if he could enter the 8 Immortal Mountain as soon as possible, he would be even stronger in the future. It was a pity that 3 people were too few. Desert Cloud, Akira, Violets, and Qinghuan Flower. There were even a few people who were stronger than Ling Xiao. It was already surprising that Ling Xiao could be in the top 10 of the 100 people. But to advance was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Ling Xiao naturally didn't know that Qinghuan Flower was thinking about this. If he knew, he would definitely tell Qinghuan Flower not to worry about him. Even if the 8 Immortal Mountain only needed 1 person, it would definitely be Ling Xiao. Did she really think that he was that weak? The lava storm he used this time was only at the initial level. And the power he used was only at the peak of the first level of hell. He used the intermediate lava combat body. If he released his true strength, Qinghuan Flower would be shocked to the extreme. Turning around, Ling Xiao found that everyone was staring at him with their mouths agape. He couldn't help but laugh. This isn't the first time we've met. Why is there something on my face? There's nothing on your face, but the strength you showed is simply too strong. With this strength, there should be no problem for you to be in the top 10 of this test. Li Yan smiled bitterly. Why did you hide it before? You made us worry for nothing. It's not that I wanted to hide it, but someone wanted me dead. If I don't keep some trump cards, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to deal with them. Ling Xiao sighed and explained. Are you talking about Desert Cloud and Akira? Li Yan's face suddenly became very ugly when she mentioned these 2 people. In this test, Desert Cloud and Akira have joined forces and led 4 groups of Scarlet Immortal Mountain warriors to plunder the Soul Lock tokens. Their goal is very simple. They want to eliminate all the teams except for Scarlet Immortal Mountain, including their ally Purple Immortal Mountain. You met them? Ling Xiao frowned and asked. He absolutely believed Li Yan's words. With the style of those people from Scarlet Immortal Mountain, they would really do so. Moreover, Scarlet Immortal Mountain originally had 5 teams. 1 of them was eliminated, and the remaining 4 teams were just the number of people needed for the second test. Chapter 2350. You met Desert Cloud's group? Ling Xiao asked Li Yan. Li Yan sighed and said, Yes, if we weren't being chased by them, we wouldn't have fallen into the Netherwolf's ambush. Desert Cloud and Akira are extremely powerful, and with the cooperation of the disciples of Scarlet Fairy Mountain, they are simply unstoppable. Everyone is afraid of them. Ling Xiao frowned. If the situation was as Li Yan said, then it was really troublesome. Scarlet Fairy Mountain now had 4 groups of 20 people left. Most of the martial artists on the other mountain peaks were unwilling to unite. Because this kind of assessment was suspicious of each other, and didn't trust each other. Unless it was like Scarlet Fairy Mountain, which belonged to the same mountain, it was basically a fantasy to want to unite. This made the 4 groups of people of Scarlet Fairy Mountain even more unscrupulous, and do whatever they wanted. By the way, I heard them say that they planned to destroy your team first, but for some reason, they lost their target halfway. Li Yan suddenly added. Ling Xiao smiled. Of course he knew why. Those guys originally captured his position, but because he erased the consciousness of the expert in the Soul Lock token. This caused the other party to lose their target instantly. Want to kill me? It's not that easy. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Desert Cloud and Akira wanted to kill him. He wouldn't let those 2 guys go. The team that he killed before was just an appetizer. Ling Xiao, I now know that you are very strong, but even so, you can only be ranked in the top 10. You are definitely not a match for Desert Cloud and Akira. Now that they have joined forces, you have no way to deal with them. So if you can avoid them, try to avoid them. Li Yan said very sincerely. You have to be able to avoid them. Ling Xiao sighed and said, "Don't forget, although we are taking different paths now, there is only one path to Sky Devil Peak. You can't avoid it. Since they want me to die, then I will meet them. You're really open-minded." Li Yan smiled bitterly and said, "Sai, I said I would help you, but in the end you helped me. I just heard from Qingwan that you are planning to go to the Spider Cave, but there is a detour. But it's good, maybe you can avoid Akira and Desert Cloud. The 5 of us don't have a big problem, we can set off on our own. If there is anything you need to do, do it. Help each other, maybe in the future I will need senior sister Li Yan." Ling Xiao smiled. When he wasn't killing people, he was always that bright and sunny big boy, making people feel comfortable just looking at him. "Why don't the 5 of us help you look for Sha Yun and Qi Linger first? If we find them, we can keep an eye on them so that we can alert you in time." Li Yan thought for a while and felt that this was the only thing she could do to help Ling Xiao in this assessment. Hence, she said, "Don't worry. All right, but don't get too close." Ling Xiao didn't refuse Li Yan's kindness. He knew that this would make Li Yan feel more comfortable and less awkward. "Of course, otherwise I will cause you trouble." Li Yan smiled and said, "Goodbye." Ling Xiao cupped his hands at them, and then continued to move in the direction of the Spider Cave with Qingluan and the others. Seeing Ling Xiao disappear in the fog, a warrior from Li Yan team couldn't help but say, "Senior sister, did you notice? That arrogant Qingluan is very obedient to Ling Xiao." "Yeah, I noticed it as well." Ling Xiao occupied over 100 nether wolves by himself, and his strength can be said to be terrifying. It shouldn't be a problem for him to be in the top 10. He is much stronger than me. Li Yan sighed and said, "The Qingwan probably also noticed Ling Xiao's strength, so she has a good attitude towards him." "That's not right. There are many people stronger than Ling Xiao. I have never heard of a Qingwan being able to stay with anyone." Another disciple said, "This Ling Xiao is definitely outstanding. Not in strength, but in other aspects." Li Yan was stunned for a moment. She immediately thought of how Ling Xiao found them when they were blocked by the thick fog. Did Ling Xiao really have some special ability? She really couldn't see through him. This kid had only joined the 8 Immortals Mountain for 2 months. How did he grow? How could he be so monstrous? With Ling Xiao leading the way, the originally dangerous demonic mountain became much easier. Although they still encountered several waves of monster beasts and heavenly demons on the way, they were not dangerous. The 5 of them were easily dealt with. Originally, if the Qingwan was alone, she would probably be exhausted to reach the Spider Cave. Half of her physical strength and energy would be consumed on the journey. Ling Xiao even suspected that the Violets already knew that the Qingluan was going to the Spider Cave and were waiting for her to be exhausted. The Spider Cave is really a dangerous place. I can already feel the terrifying aura before we even reach it. Ling Xiao slowed down because they were already very close to the Spider Cave. When they approached the Spider Cave, many strange spiders appeared. These spiders were not big. Instead, they were very small, only the size of a fingernail, but they had a terrifying poison that could kill an elephant. Although a martial artist's body might be stronger than an elephant's, once poisoned, they would still feel dizzy and might even faint on the spot. Ling Xiao, there are 5 heavenly demon spiders in the Spider Cave. They already have intelligence and are very cunning. They are much more terrifying than the hundreds of nether wolves from before. Not only is their poison extremely strong, but the most terrifying thing is that the spider silk they spit out is as tough as steel and can't be broken easily. Moreover, their strength has basically reached the middle stage of the 1-star 2-layer hell. Even I have a hard time dealing with 2 at the same time. You guys don't go near them. The Qingluan reminded. Last year, when I fought with the Violets in the Spider Cave, I was ambushed by the heavenly demon spiders. The Qingluan always felt a little guilty, so she tried her best not to let Ling Xiao and the others take risks. Although the 4 of them could definitely become her powerful helpers, she really didn't want anything to happen to the 4 of them, whom she didn't know at all. We'll talk about it when the time comes. I said before that I won't let you be eliminated, let alone let you die. Otherwise, my test will be over. I'm an impatient person, and I don't want to wait until next year to enter the upper 8 Immortal Mountain. Since I've come to participate in this test, I must succeed in advancing. Ling Xiao glanced at the Qinghuan and lightly said, "But you can rest assured that if you can deal with it, I won't act recklessly." The Qinghuan sighed and thought that this was the only way. "We're here." Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks. Chapter 2351. This spider cave is interesting. It seems to be a fossil of a giant spider from the past. No wonder it could breed so many terrifying spiders, and even the heavenly demon spider. Ling Xiao analyzed after observing the spider cave for a while. "You're right. I didn't expect you to accompany the Qinghuan to your death. Should I say that you're loyal, or should I say that you don't know what's good for you?" Suddenly, a voice came from above the spider cave. There was a hint of mockery and a strong killing intent. "Violets! You're really here!" The Qinghuan looked above the spider cave. Other than the Qinghuan, there were no traces of the other 4 people. Logically speaking, a team of 5 people, but the Violets appeared here alone. Could it be that she wanted to fight alone? Ling Xiao looked around, but he didn't see the shadows of the other 4 people. There was no ambush. Only in the depths of the spider cave could he feel a terrifying aura coming out. But it was still very far away. "Of course I'm here. The grudge between us hasn't been settled yet." The Violets smiled faintly. "Poor Qinghuan, I've already told you that it was my mission to be adopted by your father. When I was young, I joined the Dark God Palace branch in the Black Tortoise continent, and became an assassin there. In order to kill your father, I didn't hesitate to be his daughter for more than 10 years. He should be satisfied with his death. What's there to be angry about? Such shameless words again. Do you think my father didn't know that you were an assassin of the Dark God Palace? He knew. He just wanted to use family affection to influence you. He just felt that you were pitiful. Joining the Dark God Palace at such a young age, you must have a miserable life. He wanted to let you feel the warmth of a home. For this, he even went to the Dark God Palace branch personally and got your slave contract back from there. But what about you? You were stubborn and unrepentant. You killed your father cruelly and even showed off your great achievements to others." The Qinghuan was trembling when she said this. It was obvious how angry she was. "I didn't ask him to save me. He liked to save a poisonous snake, so he didn't die in vain," Violet said lightly. "All right, since that's the case, I'll kill you today to comfort my late father's soul in heaven," Qinghuan Hua said indignantly. Violet smiled as if she didn't care at all. She gestured at the Qinghuan flower and said, "Since you're all here, come at me together. Anyway, a few more bastards won't change anything. However, I do admire you. Your strength seems to have improved. You were actually able to walk to the spider cave unscathed despite being burdened by these 4 burdens. I may have underestimated you. They're not a burden, nor are they trash. They're Qinghuan's teammates," shouted the Qinghuan flower. "Teammates? Are you serious? I remember that after you were betrayed by those people last year, you never admitted that you had any teammates, and you were even more unwilling to cooperate with anyone. I didn't expect you to treat these trash as your teammates. Perhaps this is what they mean by birds of a feather flocking together. Maybe you're a piece of trash yourself," Violet said sarcastically. "You keep calling me trash. I don't know how strong you are. Qinghuan flower, if you don't attack, I'll teach this bitch a lesson." Ling Xiao couldn't help but say, "You dare to scold me?" Violet's frowned and her eyes narrowed into slits. "So what if I scold you? I'm going to kill you. Did your Purple Deity Mountain also receive guidance from that old dog, Serene? Did you lock onto my location and come to kill me?" Ling Xiao asked. "Yes, we were going to kill you, but we didn't expect something to happen halfway, and we suddenly lost your position. But I really didn't expect that an idiot like you would come to me. It really saved me a lot of effort. Today, I'll take care of you and Qinghuan flower together. As for the other 3 trash, don't blame me. You can only blame yourself for following someone you shouldn't have." Violet said lightly. Very good. Ling Xiao nodded and said nothing more. He asked such a question because he was thinking about how to deal with Violet's. Should he kill her? Or should he just teach her a lesson? Violet's answer made him want to kill her. He had always been like this. If he found that the other party had the intention to kill him, he would put it out without mercy. He had to strike first to gain the upper hand. He was not stupid enough to think of a way in panic when someone was about to kill him. Violet's, your opponent is me. If you want to hurt them, you have to step over my dead body first. Qingluan Flower suddenly said angrily. I won't kill you. Violet shook her head and said, before entering the samsara, you and Ling Yan were a good couple. If I kill you, how can I get good things from Ling Yan? Ling Yan, the most powerful leader of 8 Immortals Mountain. The most ultimate secrets of 8 Immortals Mountain are in his hands. I don't know Ling Yan, and I don't know what you're talking about. But if you want to use me to deal with someone, it's really wishful thinking. Qingluan Flower said sharply. Their conversation made Ling Xiao discover a secret. He believed what Violet said. Qingluan Flower should really know Ling Yan, and Ling Yan before entering the samsara. There should be a reason why she refused to admit it now. After all, Ling Yan was now a taboo in the entire 8 Immortals Mountain. Maybe he could find more clues about Ling Yan from Qingluan Flower. Ling Yan was his good brother, and he didn't feel comfortable letting his good brother be locked up in the ghost prison for so long. Although he would be able to save Ling Yan once his strength increased to a certain level. But the question was, could Ling Yan really wait until then? The situation of 8 Immortals Mountain was changing day and night. The situation of the ghost prison was also changing. No one could guarantee what would happen in the future. Even Ling Xiao couldn't. So he had to prepare as soon as possible. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. I'll beat you until you admit it. Violet suddenly jumped into the spider cave and attacked Qingluan Flower. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a little strange that they were fighting outside the spider cave in such harsh conditions. Could it be that Violets were no longer afraid of the heavenly devil spider? Last year, Violets was seriously injured by the heavenly devil spider. People say that once bitten, twice shy. Wasn't it true when it came to Violets? Ling Xiao didn't believe it. He always felt that Violets were up to no good. But for a while, he couldn't figure out what the problem was. The battle had begun. Qingluan Flower was still using her merciless wind and snow sword. Violets, on the other hand, used a short knife as thin as a cicada's wing. The knife technique she used was very strange. Ling Xiao had never seen such a knife technique. In the process of using it, the knife chi intertwined into a net, like a spider web, densely wrapping Qingluan Flower's sword chi. Chapter 2352. The Violets tried to stop the Qingluan Flower from using her sword. However, the Qingluan Flower was not to be trifled with. The strength she displayed was much stronger than what Ling Xiao had seen before. Facing the Violets, she really had to go all out. However, the two of them were evenly matched, and they were both reincarnated martial artists. Their experience was basically the same. For a moment, it seemed like it would not be easy for either of them to defeat the other. Is this a war of attrition? Something's not right. Ling Xiao noticed that the Qingluan Flower had suddenly blocked the Violets with her sword and retreated. A powerful aura that was completely different from before erupted from his body. What? The Violets were clearly surprised. Is this the aura of a high-tier Jade-grade martial skill? You guessed right. Last year, I was inferior to you. You defeated my low-tier Jade-grade martial skill with a mid-tier Jade-grade martial skill. I knew that if I wanted to defeat you, I would have to learn a high-tier Jade-grade martial skill. As she spoke, the Qingluan Flower's aura became even more terrifying. Ling Xiao couldn't help but shake his head bitterly. The Black Tortoise continent was indeed much stronger than the White Tiger continent. Although there were many geniuses on the White Tiger continent, mid-tier Jade-grade martial skills were considered top-tier martial skills. Life Caesars generally used martial arts of this level. But here, A mere yin-yang realm martial artist could cultivate a high-tier jade-grade martial skill. That was the difference. Of course, in the lower 8 Immortals Mountain, those who could learn a high-tier jade-grade martial skill were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Only 3 to 5 people could do it. Perhaps even fewer. Damn it! I didn't expect you to be able to cultivate a high-tier jade-grade martial skill. That really surprised me. The Violets' shock and worry were not faked. Facing a high-tier jade-grade martial skill, she was also very afraid. In order to kill you, in order to avenge my father, I sacrificed too much. I had no friends, no family, and spent my days alone. Today, I will let this nightmare pass. The Qinghuan flower's emotions were extremely agitated. As her emotions rose, so did her terrifying aura. Ling Xiao looked at the Qinghuan flowers and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Although she couldn't compare to Feng Fei, Cold Plum, or the Moon Maiden, she could still be considered outstanding. But compared to Akira, he wasn't inferior at all. He should also be a heaven-grade genius. What would her high-grade jade-grade martial skill be like? Ling Xiao was now a bystander watching the show. Ho Rafone kept yawning. Watching others fight was not as exciting as fighting on his own. Lin Yang, on the other hand, stared at the battle without blinking, as if he wanted to learn something from it. As for Cheng Feiying, she was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, cultivating. Cheng Feiying had suffered quite a few blows along the way. Not only was Ling Xiao better than her, but even Li Yan, Qinghuan, and Violets were better than her. She was indignant. Her aptitude wasn't bad, it was just that she entered the cycle of reincarnation rather late. It was normal for her to fall behind. But she was unwilling. She wanted to do her best to catch up. Naturally, Ling Xiao wouldn't stop her from working so hard. At this moment, his thoughts were all focused on the battle. Originally, he was thinking that if Qinghuan flowers were in danger, he'd help her even if he had to reveal some of his true strength. It wasn't to make Qinghuan his servant girl, but purely because he thought she wasn't bad at all. Moreover, they were teammates now. Ling Xiao didn't have the habit of ignoring his teammates when they were in danger. Currently, the Violets didn't dare to be careless in the face of Qinghuan Flower's fierce aura. Although she didn't know any high-grade jade-grade martial skills, she was confident in her skills. Even if Qinghuan Flowers had learned a high-grade jade-grade martial skill, she believed it wouldn't be too high. If it was at the entry level, that would be best. Even with her perfection stage jade-grade martial skill, she was still able to gain a huge advantage. If it was at the initial level, then it would be troublesome. But she felt she could still handle it. Moreover, she had no other choice at this moment. Should she run away? It was impossible. She might not lose. She really didn't want to run away like this. Moreover, she had a follow-up plan. Today, not only was she going to capture Qinghuan Flowers alive, but she was also going to kill Ling Xiao. Then, she would go to the sand race to claim her reward. Come on, Qinghuan Flowers. I'd like to see how strong your high-grade jade-grade martial skill is. After making up her mind, the Violets released her most powerful aura. The sharp blade in her hand, which was as thin as a cicada's wing, emitted a buzzing sound that was getting louder and louder. It was the sound of the blade energy vibrating the air. If one looked closely, they would find that Violet's blade was vibrating at an extremely fast speed. This could increase the attack power of her moves. Right at this moment, an expressionless and cold figure floated up into appearance on the azure phoenix flower opposite him. This person was dressed in white with disheveled hair. He looked a little depressed. But he was extremely handsome. His face and eyes were filled with sadness and helplessness. This was the martial spirit of Qinghuan Flowers. It was said that he was a hero who entered the path of swordsmanship. This person pursued the path of swordsmanship all his life, but he was betrayed by his own brother and his own woman. In the end, he died at the hands of his woman's son. When he was alive, he was affectionate and righteous. After his death, his martial spirit became emotionless and cold. That was because his heart was already dead. Back then, he treated the son of the woman who betrayed him as his own son. He imparted his lifetime's lost knowledge to that child. In the end, he died at the hands of his opponent's poisoned wine. A hero who died in such a cowardly way. Who wouldn't be indignant? Sentimental swordsman, emotionless sword. This is so similar to what happened to Qingwan Flower's father. Ling Xiao finally understood why Qingwan Flower's sword was always so emotionless and cold. But it was extremely powerful. Sword energy soared to the sky. The cold sword energy was bone-piercing. The spiders that were pouncing on Qingwan Flowers all ran away. Some spiders that couldn't escape in time were torn apart by the cold sword energy. It seems that I have to strike first. Dark gold vibrating saber. Kill! Violet saw the horror of this sword. She didn't want to wait any longer. Even in the face of Qingwan Flower's horrible sword energy, she felt that she had to strike first. Otherwise, she might not even have a chance to attack. Unfortunately, her attack was still too late. This sword is to kill all the heartless people in the world. Sentimental swordsman, emotionless sword, extreme anger. The voice fell. The surrounding fog seemed to be blown away by the sword energy in an instant. What an extreme anger! The moment the sword energy was released, Ling Xiao seemed to see a swordsman who had been wronged and tortured. He used all his strength to kill that heartless person. In the fog, there was only the cold sword light. It was so conspicuous. Chapter 2353. The moment the sword light flew out, Violet knew she couldn't block it. But she was smart. She knew she couldn't run away. As long as she turned around and fled, all the sword she would pour into her body. At that time, she would definitely die. Instead of retreating, she continued to move forward. The saber light collided with the sword light. She wanted to use her saber to weaken the power of the opponent's sword chi. But the power of the Qingwan Flower's sword was beyond her imagination. Violet felt an irresistible force crash into her body the moment her blade came into contact with her opponent's sword aura. At that moment, she realized she had underestimated the Qingwan Flower. She had underestimated the terrifying high-tier jade martial arts technique. Even if the opponent's technique was only at the initial level, she couldn't block such power. Her body flew out like a kite with a broken string and crashed heavily on the cliff of the spider cave. She smashed a huge rock into pieces. At this moment, her face was deathly pale and her blood was churning. She felt extremely uncomfortable. This power is only slightly weaker than my berserk thunder art. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. If nothing unexpected happened, the Qingwan Flower would win easily today. In order to defeat the Violets, the Qingwan Flower had put in a lot of effort. This high-tier jade martial arts technique must have been hard to come by. But it was worth it. After seriously injuring the Violets, the Qingwan Flower stopped attacking. Maybe it was because it was the first time she used this high-tier jade martial arts technique. Her body hadn't adapted to such a powerful force. However, it was only a momentary pause. Then, she regrouped and attacked the Violets again. Her hatred for the Violets was the same as the murder of her father. She couldn't live under the same sky. Of course, she wouldn't be merciful, let alone let her go. Seeing the Qingwan Flower coming at her again, Violets, who had just caught her breath, gritted her teeth, and a haze appeared on her face. Qingwan Flower, you want me to die, but I, the Violets, won't die so easily. After she finished speaking, she actually jumped into the spider cave. The Qingwan Flower hesitated for a moment, and did not chase after him. It was pitch black inside the spider cave, and there were also heavenly devil spiders. Even the Qingwan Flower did not want to take the risk. Retreat a little further, Ling Xiao reminded him. Violets can't have escaped. From what she said just now, she must have other plans. Out of her trust in Ling Xiao, the Qingwan Flower retreated more than 10 meters away from the creepy spider cave. At this moment, hundreds of densely packed silk threads shot out from the spider cave. The threads weren't white, but each of them glowed with a green light. It was obvious at a glance that they were highly toxic. Because the Qingwan flower had retreated in advance, it was easier to dodge now. If she had just chased into the spider cave, or if she was standing in the same position just now, then at this moment, she was probably entangled in the dense spider webs. Even if she did not die, she would definitely be poisoned. As the thread shot out, there were bursts of rustle, rustle, rustle sounds coming from the spider cave, accompanied by some strange cries, which made one's hair stand on end. "What's going on?" Cheng Feiying asked nervously. "Trouble is coming." Ling Xiao took a deep breath and said, "Set up the array immediately and get ready to help." He knew very well that it was too late to escape now. If he was alone, he might be able to, but this was a team of 5. In the face of a sudden attack, as long as one person was eliminated or died, it would be tantamount to wasting this opportunity. As he said himself, he was an impatient person. He could not wait until next year. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Terrifying breaths shot out from the spider cave. Countless tiny spiders shot out like a rainstorm. Each of these little guys was only the size of a mosquito, but their bodies were highly poisonous. And the most troublesome thing was that once they touched the target, they would instantly explode. They would spray extremely corrosive venom on the target's body. "Wall of size!" Qingwan flower shouted and pushed forward with both hands. Then, a wall as cold as ice blocked in front of the 5 people. The countless small spiders smashed against the ice wall with crackling sounds. Then, the corrosive liquid continuously corroded the ice wall, and it looked like it would soon melt. Damn it, could it be that the violets are controlling these spiders? Otherwise, how could they be so obedient? Ling Xiao, you guys go quickly. I'll stop these guys. Although she did not know what was going on with these spiders, why they suddenly attacked her like crazy. Qingwan flower knew that if she continued to stay here, her life would be in danger. She had to retreat first. "We can't leave," Ling Xiao sighed. They were now completely surrounded by a dense crowd of spiders. Of course, the most terrifying thing was not these self-exploding little spiders, but the huge heavenly demon spider that had already crawled out of the spider cave. Its scarlet eyes were like a ghost in the dark night. Its huge head made this monster look even more ferocious and terrifying. The heavenly demon spider looked like a spider from head to toe. Only its face looked very much like a human. That was why it was sometimes called the human-faced spider. These guys were more cunning than the netherwolf, more powerful than the netherwolf, and more poisonous than the netherwolf. In an instant, 5 heavenly demon spiders blocked Qingwan flower's escape route. They completely surrounded Qingwan flower. Looking at the situation, the heavenly demon spiders wanted to deal with Qingwan flower first. However, Ling Xiao and the others were treated as second. Only the self-exploding little spiders and other poisonous spiders surrounded them. Although it was dangerous, it was not as bad as Qingwan flower's situation. Each heavenly demon spider had a leg length of 4 to 5 meters, and a height of nearly 7 to 8 meters. Their bodies were surrounded by black smoke, which had been woven into a huge spider web. Whether it was Ling Xiao and the others, or Qingwan flower, it would not be easy for them to escape. "Look at their faces!" Cheng Feiying suddenly exclaimed. "What's wrong?" For a moment, Ling Xiao didn't understand why Cheng Feiying was so shocked. Thus, he asked, "Those 5 faces are the faces of the disciples of Purple Deity Mountain," Lin Yang explained. "What?" This time, it was Ling Xiao's turn to be shocked. "I heard that every time the heavenly demon spider swallowed a martial artist, it would turn into the martial artist's face, and even retain some of the martial artist's consciousness. In that case, 5 martial artists of Purple Deity Mountain have already been killed by the heavenly demon spiders?" He took a closer look. There were no violets on the faces. He suspected that the violets were behind this whole thing. It must be. The heavenly demon spider that has just swallowed a martial artist will become even more ferocious. "Boss, I'm afraid Qingwan flower is in trouble," Lin Yang reminded him. Chapter 2354. At this moment, the Qinghuan flower looked very nervous. Although it was not to the extent that she lost her composure due to nervousness, it was obvious that she was affected by the terrifying demonic intent released by the 5 heavenly demon spiders. The heavenly demon spider was a terrifying demonic beast that was transformed and bred by the heavenly demons. Not only did it have a ferocious attacking ability that most spider demonic beasts did not have, but it also contained a deadly poison. Anyone who encountered such a ferocious creature would be on tenterhooks and terrified. The Qinghuan flower was already very lucky. You 3 remember, no matter what happens, do not leave the battle formation. Just pay close attention to those little spiders. I will go save the Qinghuan flower. Ling Xiao, of course, did not have such noble sentiments. But the Qinghuan flower must be saved. Otherwise, he would not be able to pass the test. And this Qinghuan flower was his good brother Ling Yan's woman before he reincarnated. No matter what, he had to save her. Just as Ling Xiao was reminding Ho Rafeng, Lin Yang, and Cheng Feiying, the heavenly demon spiders had already launched their attacks. The Qinghuan flower naturally did not want to wait for death. The terrifying emotionless sword technique was displayed, exploding with powerful sword chi. But it was obvious that the power was not as strong as when it was used against the violets. This scene was seen by Ling Xiao, and he naturally understood that this was because Qinghuan Hua's cultivation had yet to reach a certain level, and she had forcefully executed a high-grade jade-grade martial skill, causing this situation to occur. The consumption was too great. So much so that she could not use it multiple times in a row. Of course, even so, the emotionless sword was still very powerful. One of the heavenly demon spiders bore the brunt of the attack. The sharp sword chi directly pierced through its body and instantly froze it into pieces of ice, then fell to the ground. It died on the spot. But the Qinghuan flower did not look happy at all with one of the heavenly demon spiders killed. Because she knew very well in her heart. After using this move, she would be powerless and could only be slaughtered by the heavenly demon spiders. After one of the heavenly demon spiders was killed, the remaining 4 heavenly demon spiders let out strange and angry howls. The terrifying poisonous threads shot towards the Qinghuan flower at almost the same time, wanting to kill this hateful woman on the spot. Looks like this is the end for me. Qinghuan's eyes were filled with helplessness and despair. She really didn't want to die yet. Because the violets were not dead, she did not want to die in front of the violets. Because she had just made a few true friends, she didn't want to die so muddle-headedly. She resisted with all her might, hoping to preserve her life. She also didn't want to admit defeat directly, so she directly asked the judges for help. Once she asked for help, she would lose her qualifications. If she lost her qualifications, the entire team would lose their qualifications as well. She really didn't want Ling Xiao, Ho Rafeng, Lin Yang, and Cheng Feiying to be unable to take the test because of her. She thrust out her sword again. However, the power of this strike was even weaker than before. It was unable to pierce through the heavenly demon spider's skin. Instead, the heavenly devil spider seized the opportunity and pierced her body with a tiny poisonous thread. In that instant, she suddenly felt the world spinning around her, as if her soul was about to ascend to the heavens. Not good! Qinghuan felt that her consciousness was about to disappear. At that moment, a strong arm grabbed her shoulder and stuffed an unknown pill into her mouth. It's me. Don't resist. That was an antidote. It should be able to alleviate your symptoms. Leave the rest of the battle to me. Ling Xiao? In a daze, the blue Luan flower saw a familiar face. I didn't think that I would be saved by you in the end. It's just that I really can't be your servant. She felt helpless. Thinking about the words she said to Ling Xiao before the test, she felt extremely guilty. What nonsense are you talking about? I didn't take that seriously. It's just that you were too arrogant at the time, so I wanted to suppress you on purpose. As Ling Xiao spoke, he brewed up a terrifying thunder, breaking all the surrounding spider webs. These spider webs were really troublesome. Every single one of them was highly poisonous. If touched, it would be troublesome. Qingwan heard Ling Xiao's words and felt even more guilty. She had said such harsh words, but Ling Xiao had disregarded the past to save her. This made her truly understand what it meant to be a teammate. What it meant to be a true friend. You three, protect her! Ling Xiao threw Qingwan flower out. She landed right in Cheng Feiying's arms. Then, Ling Xiao kicked a heavenly devil spider that tried to chase after him. The heavenly devil spider spat out green blood from the kick. Its body somersaulted several times in the air before finally falling to the ground. It looked like it was seriously injured. Seeing that their companion was injured, the other three heavenly devil spiders vented their anger on Ling Xiao. They roared and charged at Ling Xiao. Just in time! The thunder and lightning on Ling Xiao's body became more and more intense. When the thunder and lightning accumulated to a certain degree, his body suddenly flew out and turned into a bolt of lightning. It easily pierced through one of the heavenly demon spider's hearts. Inside the heavenly devil spider's body, there was still a constant sizzling sound from the lightning. He seems to be stronger than I thought. Qingwan Flower was in a daze. All she saw was Ling Xiao's domineering figure, like the thunder god. Then, she fainted. Boss, don't fight. Why don't we run? There are more and more spiders in the spider cave. Lin Yang yelled. Ling Xiao was in the mood to kill, but when he saw the situation, he knew that he couldn't waste any more time. Although he wasn't afraid of these heavenly devil spiders. The spiders in the spider cave were rushing out as if they didn't care about their lives. If the number of spiders reached a certain level, even he would die. Retreat! I'll bring up the rear! Ling Xiao roared. He took out his heavy sword and slashed twice. The two swords turned into dozens of lightning sword chi and exploded on the ground. A large number of spiders were blown up. Countless spiders were blocked by the terrifying lightning sword chi. At this time, Ho Rafeng and the others had already escaped. Ling Xiao saw that it was about time. He didn't want to fight anymore. He used the moon-stepping meteor steps and instantly jumped out of the terrifying spider horde and chased after his team. With the combination of his Tai Chi Eye and soul power, he quickly caught up with his team. This time, bringing up the rear became opening a path. The five of them escaped for a full 15 minutes. After confirming that the spider horde wouldn't chase after them, they finally found a place to rest and take a breather. During the rest, Ling Xiao had time to check on Qingwan Flower's injuries. The situation is not good. Although my antidote pill has some effect, the heavenly devil spider's poison is too strong. I need to find herbs outside to make an antidote. Ling Xiao frowned. Chapter 2355. Oh no, there's trouble coming! Just as Ling Xiao finished inspecting the Qingwan flower and was about to continue on his way, not far away, 20 auras of different strengths were rushing towards them. 2 of the auras were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived, not giving Ling Xiao and the others any time to escape. Ha ha, found you! We've finally found you, Ling Xiao! In order to find you, we've worked so hard. Amidst the laughter, Desert Cloud's face was flushed with excitement. It seemed that in order to find Ling Xiao, he had really gone in circles. Fortunately, those spiders guided us. Otherwise, we might have let you escape. Akira also looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said lightly, Last time, you escaped back to the Onyx Divine Mountain. This time, let's see where you can run to. She looked coldly at the sickly Qingwan flower, and then smiled. Originally, you were worried that with her around, it wouldn't be so easy to kill you. But now, it seems that she has become a burden. As she spoke, the other 18 people arrived and surrounded Ling Xiao and the others. Oh no, it wasn't easy to escape the heavenly demon spider's pursuit, and now we're surrounded by these fierce guys. What should we do? Cheng Feiying's face was a little ugly. Because she knew very well how powerful Desert Cloud and Akira were. Not to mention, Desert Cloud and Akira had brought along 18 other helpers this time. None of these 18 people were mediocre. Their strength was ranked very high among the disciples who participated in this assessment. How could they fight? It was a sure-death situation. It's you two annoying mosquitoes again. Ling Xiao frowned. The current situation was indeed not suitable for battle. You can only rely on your tongue now. Unless you use the spirit lock token to call for help, you'll die without a doubt. Akira said lightly. That's not necessarily true. Ling Xiao looked back at Cheng Feiying and the others, then said, Eldest senior brother, Lin Yang, Cheng Feiying, the three of you listen up. Although the Qinghuan flower's poison has been somewhat neutralized, she still can't move freely for the time being. I'll hold these people back. When the time comes, we'll meet at the Heavenly Demon Peak. You still want to leave? Today, no one is leaving, Desert Cloud said coldly. The few of you either hand the spirit lock token or declare your forfeiture. Otherwise, you can go to hell with Ling Xiao. You! Qinghuan Flowers. Qinghuan Flower. Qinghuanhua propped herself up and said, Thank you for saving me. I can't leave you behind and run away. Qinghuan Flowers is. She used to be a loner because she didn't want to be hurt by more people. Because she was too kind, she had been hurt a lot. She just wanted to freeze her wounded heart. But now, the ice in her heart had been completely melted by Ling Xiao. Previously, outside the spider cave, Ling Xiao could have abandoned her and left. That way, even if he failed the test, at least he wouldn't die. But Ling Xiao didn't do that. He would rather take the risk and fight the heavenly demon spider to protect her Qinghuan flower. This made her extremely touched. Now, facing another crisis, Qinghuanhua knew that this might be the most dangerous moment. How could she leave Ling Xiao alone? There was no doubt that the 20 people in front of him were the top 30 in this assessment. The strength of the Scarlet Deity Mountain was not a bluff. It was truly powerful. The disciples of the Scarlet Deity Mountain really had that kind of strength. This was especially true for Desert Cloud and Akira. Among the disciples of the Eight Immortals Mountain, the two of them were definitely the strongest. No one could compare to them. Qinghuan Flower, thank you for your kindness, but there's something you might not like to hear. In your current situation, you can only be a burden to me. Listen to me, when the battle starts later, I'll create an opportunity for you to escape and then leave with the three of them. After you leave, I'll be able to slip away. Ling Xiao smiled and said frankly, You're at death's door and can't even protect yourself. You actually want to protect others? You, Ling Xiao, really don't know the current situation. Sha Moyun was very unhappy when he saw Ling Xiao's confident look. According to his thoughts, at this time, Ling Xiao should be panicking, fearful, uneasy, and even terrified and begging for mercy. It's you who don't know the situation, Ling Xiao said indifferently. If you didn't come to me, all four groups might have passed at the same time in the end. But now, it depends on who's lucky and can survive to the end. Oh, by the way, your fifth group that disappeared was destroyed by us. It's funny that the team leader wanted to escape and even called the people of the Eight Immortals Mountain. But so what? He's still dead, isn't he? As he spoke, he deliberately took out the team leader's soul lock token and waved it. Every soul lock token had a soul imprint on it, and was easy to recognize. Seeing the soul lock token, the one who was most surprised was not Desert Cloud, but Qinghuan Flower. Qinghuan Flower's mind was in a mess. He killed the team leader? Even I couldn't kill him, and he killed him in a few minutes? How strong is this guy? Ling Xiao did this to make Qinghuan Flower believe in him, and then leave. Otherwise, with these people here, it would be inconvenient for him to act. Protecting people was not Ling Xiao's specialty. His specialty was killing people. How can you have that kind of ability? It must be Qinghuan Flower's doing. Fine. Since you've killed our men, we won't give you the chance to call for help today no matter what. Desert Cloud stared fixedly at the soul lock token. The team leader who was killed was one of his loyal lackeys. He used to follow Sha Hai, and after Sha Hai's death, he followed him. How could he allow someone to kill his loyal lackey and still be alive? One had to look at the master before beating a dog, let alone killing a dog. You probably don't know, Ling Xiao. In order for the soul lock token to call for help, it needs to release soul power. And I have a little toy that can block this kind of signal. So, you won't even have a chance to call for help. You're all going to die here, Desert Cloud said fiercely. Ling Xiao sneered, and then suddenly retreated. Stop him, don't let him escape, Desert Cloud roared. Senior brother, don't worry. With us stopping them, they won't be able to escape. 5 warriors stood in the direction of the Sky Devil Peak. Of these 5, 2 were in the middle stage of rank 1 second hell, while the other 3 were in the early stage of rank 3 hell. Although the cultivation of each of them wasn't very strong. But every one of them was stronger than the strongest in Ling Xiao's group, Bei Rifeng. Of course, this was only on the surface. In reality, the strongest in this group was Ling Xiao, not Bei Rifeng. If Qingyuan Flower was not seriously injured, she could only be ranked 2nd. She was not as strong as Ling Xiao. You think you can stop me with just you? As Ling Xiao spoke, he had already rushed in front of the 5 people. Chapter 2356. Meteor Sword Art's 3rd move, Star Explosion. A terrifying power akin to the explosion of a star exploded among the 5 people. The 5 of them were sent flying by the explosion. It was like the fragments of a rock that flew out when it was broken. The path was clear. Ling Xiao shouted, Go! Hai Rinfeng and the rest did not hesitate. Although they were surprised by Ling Xiao's power, but at this moment, they did not have the time to figure out why. They had to escape as soon as possible. The further they escaped, the safer Ling Xiao would be. Because even if Ling Xiao was not Desert Cloud and the rest's opponent, with Ling Xiao's movement technique and the strange teleportation array, if he was alone, escaping was not a problem. What? This scene happened too quickly. Desert Cloud and Akira, including the remaining 15 people, were all shocked. The power that Ling Xiao displayed was only at the peak of the first transition level of hell. But the power that he displayed in that instant when he attacked seemed to have reached the early stage of the first transition level of hell? Because it happened too quickly, Desert Cloud and Akira could not be sure. One must know that in order to stop Ling Xiao, the 5 people from Scarlet Fairy Mountain had almost used all their strength. Although they looked down on Ling Xiao, Akira had told them to use all their strength and not underestimate him. But even so, under the situation of using all their strength, their attacks were actually so weak. Not only did Ling Xiao easily disintegrate their attacks, but they were also blown away. The terrifying power released by Ling Xiao's sword, although it had not reached the level of a high-tier Jade-grade martial technique, was extremely powerful. But at the same time, it was extremely powerful. At the very least, they had never seen a mid-tier Jade-grade martial skill like this. This Ling Xiao, when did he break through? And even if he really is at the early stage of the first transition level of hell, he should not be so strong, right? Desert Cloud furrowed his brows. The sense of crisis that Ling Xiao brought to him was really getting more and more serious. He remembered very clearly that when they were in the outskirts of the 8 Immortals County, Ling Xiao could only flee in a hurry when facing his attack. He didn't even dare to make a move. But today, Ling Xiao's attack was something that even he, Desert Cloud, would not dare to underestimate. We must kill him! Sha Dian's face was gloomy as he looked at Ling Xiao coldly. He felt that he really couldn't let Ling Xiao live any longer. If he let this fellow live, then it would be hard to say who would win or lose this battle on Demonic Peak. This kid seemed to be improving at every moment. He had such thoughts. Akira had the same idea. The two of them looked at each other and saw the shock and determination in each other's eyes. They didn't want Ling Xiao to continue living. Of course, Ling Xiao also saw this point. With his current strength, it was still a little difficult to face Desert Cloud and Akira at the same time. But at this time, his teammates shouldn't have escaped far. So he had to continue to hold on. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's body began to change. He entered the Tyrant Blood Demon Dragon Martial Soul Transformation. If the Steel Armored Ox Martial Soul Transformation was the ultimate defense at this stage, Then the Tyrant Blood Demon Dragon Martial Soul Transformation was the strongest attack among Ling Xiao's 12 Beast God transformation at this stage. After the transformation, Ling Xiao's body flashed with lightning at the same time. The intermediate Thunder Battle Body was also stimulated by him. The condensation of two kinds of attack power. It showed Ling Xiao's determination. He didn't intend to passively defend, but to take the initiative to attack. This guy really has a secret. This kind of beast warrior transformation is almost extinct in the Black Tortoise continent. I didn't expect to see it on him. Akira frowned even more. The more it is like this, the more we can't let him live. This guy will definitely be a disaster if he lives, Desert Cloud said. Go! The two suddenly released an astonishing aura, one on the left and one on the right, attacking Ling Xiao from both sides. On the other hand, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. You have to pick the soft persimmon. Although I'm not afraid of the two of you, it's a bit troublesome to deal with you. It's better to leave it for the battle against the demonic peak. But the rest of your Scarlet Fairy Mountain are going to suffer. When Desert Cloud and Akira pounced on him, he dodged like a slippery loach. Using the moon-stepping meteor steps, he killed the rest of the disciples of Scarlet Fairy Mountain. The crazy demonic dragon roared, swallowing and spitting out blood-colored thunder. In the blink of an eye, another two disciples of Scarlet Fairy Mountain suffered. The soul-locking tokens in Ling Xiao's hands had already increased by 7 pieces. Stop, you despicable person! Desert Cloud cursed. If you have the ability, fight with me. You have the face to say that I'm despicable? F*CK, 20 people against 1 me. How thick-skinned do you have to be to say that I'm despicable? Ling Xiao cursed secretly, but his hands did not stop moving. As the blood-colored lightning shuttled back and forth, another 3 people were teleported away, and the soul-locking cards fell into his hands. In just over 10 minutes, Scarlet Fairy Mountain had already lost 2 teams. Desert Cloud and Akira's beautiful plan was completely ruined by Ling Xiao. You guys run first. Leave this guy to the 2 of us. At this time, Akira thought of letting his own people run first. The original encirclement had turned into running for their lives, causing the warriors of Scarlet Fairy Mountain to be extremely sullen. But it was useless to be sullen. They were not as good as Ling Xiao. If they did not run, they would be eliminated. Akira and Desert Cloud blocked Ling Xiao's path of chasing after the Scarlet Fairy Mountain warriors, who knew that Ling Xiao would not chase after them, and instead fled in the direction of Devil Peak. The time he had bought was almost enough. There was no need to continue wasting time here. He had plenty of opportunities to deal with Desert Cloud and Akira. Now that he was fighting 1 against 2, it was really not easy. Stop! Desert Cloud's speed instantly soared to the extreme, turning into a cloud of sand, and showed signs of catching up to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked back and frowned slightly. Then he suddenly stopped, and that terrifying lightning battle body instantly rose to the advanced level. Eat my Berserk Thunder Art! Against Desert Cloud, Ling Xiao did not hold back. Under the advanced lightning battle body, he released the High Jade's secret technique Berserk Thunder Art. That terrifying lightning fell from the sky and directly blasted towards Desert Cloud. At that moment, Desert Cloud was scared out of his wits. He was not weak, so he could feel how powerful that terrifying lightning was. He hurriedly retreated frantically. Along with Akira, who was chasing after him, he was knocked back. But even so, the aftermath of the Berserk Thunder Art still blasted his arm, electrocuting it until it was charred black. Looking at his charred arm, Desert Cloud still had lingering fear. This guy, how could he have such a powerful attack? Could it be a High Jade's secret technique? Akira was also shocked by that terrifying attack just now. So what if it's a High Jade's secret technique? We also know High Jade martial skills. Ling Xiao, just you wait. If I don't kill you, I, Desert Cloud, am not human. Chapter 2357. Ling Xiao, just you wait. If I, Desert Cloud, don't kill you, I swear I'm not human. Facing the heavy fog, Desert Cloud had long lost Ling Xiao's position. Even if he wanted to chase after him, it was already too late. He let out a roar of anger and unwillingness. He was extremely aggrieved. This time, not only did he fail to kill Ling Xiao, but he also caused the two teams from Scarlet Fairy Mountain to be directly eliminated. He was about to explode with anger. Desert Cloud, don't be so angry. On Sky Devil Peak, I'll fight the two of you to my heart's content. I'll defeat you fair and square and make you bow down before me. Ling Xiao's voice suddenly came from all directions. It was filled with ridicule and mockery. Ling Xiao really wanted to get rid of these two fellows, but he wasn't confident that he could kill them with a single blow. Moreover, it was very difficult to fight one against two. When it came to the final battle on Sky Devil Peak, it would be a one-on-one battle. In a one-on-one battle, he was not afraid of either of them. Regardless of whether the three of them would be in the same group, Ling Xiao believed that he would definitely fight at least one of them. After all, Desert Cloud and Akira were the strongest among the 100 people. When the time came, as long as Ling Xiao was not eliminated, he would definitely be able to fight one or two of them. Junior Linger, no matter which one of us meets this kid in the second round, we have to kill him. He doesn't have any backing now, so it's fine if we kill him. We have the Sand Clan behind us, so there's no need to be afraid. Desert Cloud looked at Akira and said, "Of course." Compared to Desert Cloud, Akira's hatred for Ling Xiao was not any less. If it was not to kill Ling Xiao, Akira would not have sold his soul to the Crimson Demon. After shaking off Desert Cloud and Akira's pursuit, Ling Xiao chased after them. After about half an hour, he found the team close to Sky Devil Peak. At this moment, the four of them were fighting. However, they did not encounter any enemies. Instead, they encountered terrifying heavenly demons. Fortunately, this heavenly demon wasn't that strong. Ho Feng, Lin Yang, and Cheng Feiying were still able to deal with it after forming a battle formation. After Ling Xiao arrived and joined the battle, the few Sky Fiend pawns were easily wiped out. However, it seemed that the Qinghuan Flower's situation was not optimistic. Ling Xiao decided to refine the pills on the spot. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to reach Celestial Devil Peak with the Qinghuan Flower's condition. The three of you, protect me. It won't take long. Ling Xiao had already prepared all the materials needed to refine the pill. The Qinghuan Flower was poisoned by the Heavenly Demon Spider. Ling Xiao planned to consume the Heavenly Demon Spider's venom and use his body's immunity to poison to create antibodies. After that, these antibodies could become important materials for refining pills. As for the rest of the medicinal herbs, he always kept them in his storage ring, so it was not a problem at all. He had planned to do this before, but the sudden appearance of Desert Cloud and Akira disrupted his plan. After all, a healthy Qinghuan Flower was too important for their team. It would definitely increase their combat strength greatly. "What are you doing?" Seeing Ling Xiao take out the Heavenly Demon Spider's venom sac and was about to drink it, the Qinghuan Flower was shocked. "Are you crazy? That's extremely poisonous. You'll die." Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "My body is a little special. I'm resistant to most poisons. Maybe this way, I can produce antibodies and help me refine an antidote that can really save you." "That won't do. You've never encountered a Heavenly Demon Spider before, and you've never been poisoned by one. So you don't know if something will happen to you, right?" The Qinghuan Flower thought about it and finally refused. "I can't kill you just to save me. Otherwise, I'll feel guilty for the rest of my life." "Ha ha ha, Miss Qing, you think too highly of me. How can I sacrifice myself to save you?" Ling Xiao laughed and said, "You're right. I've never been poisoned by a Heavenly Demon Spider before, and I don't know what will happen. But according to past experience, I definitely won't die. At most, I'll be half dead and give up the test. Anyway, even if I don't enter the 8 Immortal Mountain, it's still a loss for the 8 Immortal Mountain. As for me, Ling Xiao, I'll just leave the 8 Immortal Mountain and go somewhere else. If this place doesn't want me, there'll be a place for me." "Boss, you're not being noble? To be honest, Qinghuan Flower isn't anyone to you. Why are you so desperate? Lin Yang couldn't help but ask. Shut up! Ling Xiao shouted. Because she's my teammate. If you want me, Ling Xiao, to abandon my teammate, then I'd rather give up the opportunity. If you were poisoned, I'd do the same to save you. What's more, don't think too badly of things. Ling Xiao won't do something that I'm not sure of. After saying that, he didn't waste any more words. He directly bit the heavenly demon spider's poison sac and swallowed it into his stomach. At that moment, the poison passed through his intestines. That kind of intense pain made Ling Xiao almost cry out. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead, and his face was extremely pale. His hands were clenched so tightly that they were bleeding. Ling Xiao, please don't let anything happen to you. Please don't. Otherwise, I won't have the face to live. Qinghuan Flower was completely flustered. Other than her former man, Ling Yan, no one else had been so good to her. I won't die. It's just a little painful. Ling Xiao laughed and said, Miss Qing, to be honest, I saved you mostly because of my good brother, Ling Yan. You know Ling Yan? Qinghuan Flower was stunned. Yes, we're brothers who have gone through life and death together. That's why I risked my life to save you. Of course, what I said just now wasn't nonsense. I, Ling Xiao, will never allow my teammates to suffer and not care. With a smile, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a proud smile, and his face gradually returned to normal. It's done. Then, he raised his hand and a sword aura pierced his skin. Bright red blood flowed out and was dripped into the air by him. It was wrapped in a ball of pure elemental energy. Then, Ling Xiao's left hand released the true Samadhi fire and began to calcine the herbs. The medicinal power of the herbs blended into the ball of blood. In front of everyone, Ling Xiao actually acted out the wonderful scene of refining pills without using an alchemy furnace. How many secrets do you have? Qinghuan Flower felt that she was now numb from shock. Since the beginning of the assessment, Ling Xiao had surprised her again and again, making her feel incomparably shocked. In less than 10 minutes, the strange blood-red pill finally took shape. Ling Xiao handed the pill to Qinghuan Flower and said, Trust me and eat it. It definitely won't disappoint you. Of course I trust you. Qinghuan Flower didn't hesitate at all. Ling Xiao could swallow the heavenly demon spider's poison for her. She was just trying out the detoxification pill. If she didn't even have the courage to do this, then she was really too useless. She directly threw the detoxification pill into her mouth, and then began to sit cross-legged to guide the medicinal power of the detoxification pill to circulate in her body. Chapter 2358. This is too shocking. I have never heard of your alchemy skills. Even in the Xuanwu continent, there is no alchemist as powerful as you. I think that even if you don't practice martial arts, just based on your skills alone, you can become an honored guest of countless large sections. The higher-ups of the 8 Immortal Mountain are really blind. They actually tormented you like this, and even allowed the Sand Clan to deal with you. Qinghuan Hua felt that the poison in her body had been completely neutralized. When the antidote entered her body, it was like a small blood-red dragon that directly swallowed the heavenly demon spider's poison, leaving not a single bit behind. Qinghuan Hua had never seen such an antidote before, let alone thought about it. Haha, thank you for speaking up for me, but this is nothing. If I couldn't even bear such a small grievance, I, Ling Xiao, would have died before reincarnating. I wouldn't have been able to live until now. Ling Xiao smiled and stood up. He looked at the foggy road ahead and said, Well, since you have recovered, let's continue and reach the Heavenly Demon Peak as soon as possible. But we only managed to get 5 soul-locking tokens. Is that really enough? Qinghuan Hua frowned and said, Why don't we take advantage of my recovery to get more spirit-locking tablets? There's no need for that. Ling Xiao smiled and took out 10 spirit-locking tablets and said, Just now, we eliminated 2 teams from the Scarlet Fairy Mountain. Now, with our own spirit-locking tablets, we have a total of 20 tablets. It shouldn't be a problem for us to advance. After all, many teams have already been eliminated because of Desert Cloud and Akira. Not only are you not injured, you even eliminated 2 teams from the Scarlet Fairy Mountain? My God, even I can't do such a thing. Qingluan was once again shocked and didn't know what to say. It seems that I have underestimated your judgment. With your strength, I'm afraid that not only can you rank in the top 10, but even the top 3 won't be a problem. Sigh, perhaps the 3 people who will advance this time will be Desert Cloud, Akira, and you. Don't be so pessimistic. What if I destroy both Desert Cloud and Akira? As long as the 2 of them are killed by me, you'll have a chance. Rather than letting those 2 advance, I'd rather let my teammates advance. Ling Xiao smiled. You are really... Sigh, I don't know what to say. Qingluan wanted to say how powerful Desert Cloud and Akira were. However, on second thought, not only had Ling Xiao escaped unscathed from the encirclement of 20 experts including Desert Cloud and Akira, but he had even defeated 10 of them and eliminated 2 teams from Scarlet Fairy Mountain. Ling Xiao's strength might not be weaker than Desert Cloud and Akira. It was estimated that many people would be shocked by the battle against Celestial Devil Peak. Fine, I'll leave everything to you. I'll listen to you. If Qingluan had said this at the beginning of the assessment, the others in the team would have thought that she was crazy. Perhaps even Qingluan herself would have thought that she was crazy. But now, the situation was completely different. Qingluan was completely convinced by Ling Xiao and decided to listen to all of Ling Xiao's commands. Hai Rafeng, Lin Yang, and Chen Feiying did not think that there was anything wrong with this. A person's position in a team wasn't earned by talking. It was earned by real ability. Let's go. Ling Xiao waved his hand and began to speed up towards Celestial Devil Peak. After a few minutes, a strange smile suddenly appeared on his face. He turned around and said to Qingluan, You're really lucky. What's wrong? Qingluan asked in surprise. You should have recovered by now. Maybe you can take your revenge before we reach Celestial Devil Peak. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Violets? Qingluan did not see anything, but she believed that Ling Xiao must have discovered something. Because from the beginning of the assessment, Ling Xiao had always been able to discover things that others could not. This ability made her both envious and shocked. That's right, follow me. Ling Xiao sped up and rushed forward. In less than 10 minutes, Qingluan finally saw that familiar figure. Her anger instantly swept through her body. She had already experienced the viciousness of violets. Not only was she ungrateful, but she had even sacrificed the lives of several teammates in Purple Fairy Mountain to kill her, Qingluan, in order to sacrifice the lives of the celestial demon spider. This woman had no intention of passing the assessment. She had appeared in this assessment to kill Qingluan so that her past hatred would completely vanish. Violets, die. Qingluan rushed over recklessly, the long sword in her hand emitting a strong murderous intent and soaring anger. Violets was startled by the sound and hurriedly turned around. When she saw Qingluan, she turned pale with fright. Impossible, 5 celestial demon spiders surrounded you, and you're still alive? She reacted in a panic and was sent flying by the sword. Violets were already weaker than Qingluan in terms of strength. Previously, she was injured by Qingluan sword technique, and now she was even weaker than Qingluan. Qingluan was poisoned, but with the help of Ling Xiao's detoxification pill and other elixirs, not only was there no problem now, but she had also recovered to her peak state. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for Ziluolan to not lose. Of course I'm not dead. God spared my life for revenge. If you violets don't die, how can I, Qingluan, die? Qingluan said angrily as she attacked. Woman, you're really lucky? Even the celestial demon spiders can't kill you. Looks like I have to do it myself. Violet stood up shakily from the ground and said coldly, You're already heavily injured. How can you block my sword? Qingluan did not understand. Where did Violet get her confidence from? Why was she still so calm? Ling Xiao was already frowning. He did not think that Violets was bluffing. This woman had joined the Dark God Palace a long time ago. Assassins trained by the Dark God Palace could still kill even when they were heavily injured. Retreat. Ling Xiao suddenly grabbed Qingyuan Flower and pulled her to the side. At this moment, Violet's body began to change. Her originally pretty and enchanting appearance had become incomparably ugly. Celestial demon spider? No, this is a beast warrior. Ling Xiao himself was a beast god warrior, so he knew the situation of beast warriors very well. Violet's change was definitely the appearance of a beast warrior. I didn't expect you to know about beast warriors, an existence that has long been extinct in the Black Tortoise continent. In order to train more powerful assassins, the Great Dark God Palace specially studied information about beast warriors. After tens of thousands of experiments, tens of thousands of human and demon lives were used. In the end, new beast warriors were created. Chapter 2359. If Ling Xiao had not stopped the Qingyuan Flower, if the Qingyuan Flower had approached the Violets, she would have been seriously injured, if not dead. This beast warrior was truly terrifying. Originally, Ling Xiao did not want to interfere with the Qingyuan Flower's revenge. In his opinion, the Qingyuan Flower should not have a problem dealing with the Violets. When it came to revenge, it would only be meaningful if he did it himself. It would be meaningless if others helped him. However, the situation had changed. The Violets had transformed into a heavenly demon spider warrior. This was something that no one had expected. It seemed that he would not be able to do it if he did not help. However, the Qingyuan Flower did not seem to care. Violets, no matter what you turn into, I will kill you! The Qingyuan Flower's attitude was very firm. It was God's arrangement for her to meet the Violets again here. He wanted her to take revenge and kill the Violets. If she missed this opportunity, she did not know when she would be able to take her revenge again. Miss Qing, I know you are eager to take revenge, but the Violets' current state is not the same as before. You are no longer her match. Why don't the two of us work together? Ling Xiao did not take on everything. He intended to assist from the side and help the Qingyuan Flower complete her revenge. In this way, the Qingyuan Flower might feel better. Ha 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 ha, you reckless thing! Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the Violets could not help but laugh out loud. Her laughter was full of mockery and disdain. You want to deal with me? The Qingyuan Flower is fine, but you, a mere disciple of the Black Deity Mountain, have been bewitched by her and are willing to give up your life for her? Forget it, the four of you are in the same team as her. Don't blame me. Today, all of you will die. None of you will leave. Frogs at the bottom of a well, you don't understand Ling Xiao at all. The Qingyuan Flower retorted. Oh my, how long has it been and you've already fallen in love with someone else? If Ling Yan were to find out about this, he would be heartbroken. Violet said sarcastically. You're actually interested in trash like him? It seems like you're only fit to be with trash like him. You're talking nonsense. The Qingyuan Flower was livid with anger. She was indeed very grateful to Ling Xiao and admired Ling Xiao. However, she only had one true love in her heart, and that was Ling Yan. This had never changed. What she couldn't stand the most was people gossiping about this matter. Miss Qing, the innocent knows that they are innocent. There's no need to be angry. She's clearly still afraid of you, so she's intentionally provoking you. Ling Zhao's voice sounded indifferently. It was like a warm spring breeze, causing Qing Wanhua's anxious emotions to instantly calm down. Ha ha, fear? That's right, I'm a little afraid of the Qingyuan Flower's higher jade rank skill. But you're just a piece of trash, I don't care about you at all. The Violets laughed wantonly. Ling Xiao, I'll take my revenge. If I can't win, it won't be too late for you to make your move. The Qingyuan Flower rushed out as she spoke. Ling Xiao nodded and did not make his move. Since the Qingyuan Flower said so, he would just watch from the sidelines. This time, the Qingyuan Flower used her strongest higher jade rank skill, Passionate Swordsman's Emotionless Sword, Extreme Wrath. The terrifying sword chi was not only not weaker than the previous one, it was even stronger. This shocked the violets. Qingluan flower, you were clearly poisoned by the heavenly demon spider. Even if the poison was expelled, you shouldn't be able to recover so quickly. What happened? Tell me and I'll give you a quick death. The violets was very curious. She also wanted a medicine that could easily cure the heavenly demon spider's poison. But why would the Qingluan flower answer her? The roaring sword she tore through the void and pierced the violets. You're courting death. The violets snorted and advanced instead of retreating. The terrifying heavenly demon spider transformed and released hundreds of dense silk threads, all of which blasted towards the Qingluan flower's sword chi. The two attacks collided again. But the result was completely different. Last time in front of the spider cave, the Qingluan flower's sword heavily injured the violets and forced the violets to flee. This time, the two clashed again. The Qingluan flower's attack was obviously stronger, but she was blown away by the violets. Although she didn't suffer any serious injuries, her chi and blood were churning, and she felt very uncomfortable. If she wanted to fight again, she would have to wait a few minutes. The most troublesome thing was that the Qingluan flower's strongest attack couldn't do anything to the violets. This was a serious blow to the Qingluan flower's confidence. Die, Qingluan flower, you ignorant woman. You don't understand the horror of the Dark God Palace. The violets had wanted to kill the Qingluan flower for a long time. This time, she naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. She transformed into a huge heavenly demon spider and attacked the Qingluan flower crazily, wanting to tear the Qingluan flower into pieces. If you want to kill her, you'll have to get through me first. Ling Xiao appeared in front of the Qingluan flower in an instant. He didn't draw his sword and just looked at the violets coldly. Even the Qingluan flower can't stop me. Who do you think you are? Since you want to be a hero, then die together with me. The violets' attack didn't stop, and she continued to rush forward. Boom! The terrifying impact scattered the surrounding fog. Sand and stones flew everywhere on the ground, and it was chaotic. The violets was stunned, because she realized that her body couldn't move forward anymore. His attack was blocked by a valiant monster. You're Ling Xiao? She looked at the humanoid monster in front of her in shock, and asked in disbelief. It was 90% similar to the Tyrant blood demon dragon. Isn't that obvious? Who else could it be other than me? You're also a beast warrior? The violets asked in even more shock. Of course, and I'm a real beast warrior, not a modified one like you. Ling Xiao caught the violets' attack with one of his dragon claws as easily as grabbing a rock. This made the Qingluan flower behind him inexplicably surprised. This was the first time the Qingluan flower had seen Ling Xiao's Tyrant blood demon dragon martial soul transformation. Although she knew that Ling Xiao was very strong, seeing this domineering transformation, she was still stunned for a long time and couldn't even speak. Good, very good. The violets suddenly retreated, looked at Ling Xiao coldly, and said, I really underestimated you. Since you're a beast warrior, let's compete today and see whether your natural one is stronger or my modified one. There's no point in talking. One move! Ling Xiao suddenly said indifferently. What move? The violets was stunned for a moment, not understanding Ling Xiao's meaning. I'll defeat you in one move, you fake one. Ling Xiao explained indifferently. Ha 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 ha, I'm afraid you've lost your mind. The Qingluan flower's High-tier jade martial skill can't hurt me in one move. Are you telling me that you also know high-tier jade martial skills? Chapter 2360. If you want to laugh, now's the time. I don't know any high-tier jade martial arts skills, but I don't need them to deal with you. Ling Zhao's right hand returned to human form under the demonic blood dragon martial soul transformation. A heavy sword appeared in his right hand. Meteor Sword Technique's fourth move, Heaven's Bane. This was a move Ling Xiao learned after entering the Celestial Demon Mountain. There were 6 moves in Meteor Sword Technique, and he had already learned the first 4. The first 2 moves were already at the stage of perfection. The third move was at the stage of perfection. Although the fourth move was only at the beginner level, its power was not inferior to the third move at all. Each move of Meteor Sword technique was more powerful than the previous one. As the heavy sword pointed at Violet's, the sky seemed to be torn apart by the sword chi. The sound of heaven's fall rang out continuously. Violet's expression changed greatly. She didn't take Ling Xiao's words seriously before, thinking that Ling Xiao was only at the early stage of the first transformation of the second layer of hell. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't pose a threat to her. However, this terrifying move made her feel that it was difficult to resist. It was the same feeling she felt when facing the Qingwan flower's attack before she completely transformed into the heavenly demon spider. Heavenly demon life and death web! Violet certainly wouldn't wait for death like this. She roared and released countless silk threads from her body in an attempt to block Ling Xiao's sword and kill Ling Xiao at the same time. Such a terrifying attack caused the surrounding trees to be destroyed. Countless trees were cut into pieces and scattered all over the ground. Even the ground had been cut into pieces like tofu. It was a very strange sight. However, Ling Xiao's expression was the same as before. His Tai Chi told him that his attack was much stronger than his opponent's. The outcome of the two's attacks was decided in an instant. Ling Xiao's sword easily tore all the spider webs and then appeared in front of Violet's in an instant. The cold blade pierced to Violet's terrifying transformation. Shrill screams rang out in the fog. No! Violet screamed as they were nailed to a tree. The heavenly devil spider transformation on his body gradually fell off and finally disappeared. However, Ling Xiao did not kill her. Miss Qing, I'll leave the matter of killing her to you. Ling Xiao turned around and said. The Qingwan flower nodded and walked over with her sword in hand. Big sister, please spare me. We grew up together. I beg you, don't kill me. I beg you. At this moment, Violet was no longer as arrogant as before. She called timidly to the Qingwan flowers. Qingwan's pretty face revealed a look of pity. Miss Qing, do you still remember how she killed your father? Do you still remember how she dealt with those disciples of the Purple Immortal Mountain? Ling Xiao reminded him. In this world, there are some people who don't deserve to live. Their existence itself is the embodiment of evil. I know. The Qingwan flower did not hesitate. She thrust her sword forward and pierced the Violet's throat. At that moment, the Violets wanted to call for help through the soul-locking card, but found that her soul power could not be injected into the soul-locking card at all. She looked at Ling Xiao in horror. All she saw before she died was an indifferent smile. At this moment, she was extremely regretful. She finally understood that she had underestimated someone. This was also the biggest mistake she had made. This girl has 10 soul-locking cards on her. I wonder which team she destroyed. The Qingwan flower killed the Violets and took her storage ring. In the storage ring, besides some spirit stones and necessities, there were only soul-locking cards left. 10 cards! It doesn't matter who she killed. We can never have too many soul-locking cards. At this point, Team Skyscraper had a total of 30 soul-locking cards. This number was enough to ensure that they would pass the next stage smoothly. What's this? Ling Xiao threw the Violets' storage ring into his own storage ring. When he was about to turn and leave, he saw a blood-red gem fall from the Violets' forehead. He picked up the gem and examined it carefully. He could not help but exclaim, I'm afraid this is the key to the heavenly demon spider transformation. Who wants it? Ling Xiao had no use for it. But he was sure that this gem was very important for increasing a warrior's strength. Give it to me, boss. I'm not very talented anyway. It's impossible for me to catch up to you. With this, my combat power will definitely increase greatly. Lin Yang said excitedly. Okay, I'll give it to you. Ling Xiao gave the red gem to Lin Yang. Then, he used the powerful analysis ability of the Tai Chi to figure out how to use the gem. He let Lin Yang cultivate for a while to test the combat power of the heavenly demon spider transformation. Orange Cherry and Qingwan Flower, who were disgusted and unwilling to accept the gem, began to feel a little jealous. Lin Yang's strength was probably the weakest in this team. But after obtaining the Heavenly Demon Spider Transformation Gem, he suddenly became a powerful force second only to Ling Xiao. He was even stronger than Qingyuan Flower. Although this strength was temporary, with Lin Yang's effort, he would definitely continue to perfect this transformation. Ling Xiao was not worried about this at all. Boss, my life is yours from now on. Even if you ask me to climb a mountain of swords or dive into a sea of fire, I promise I won't even blink an eye. Lin Yan was very excited to have such powerful strength. He knew very well that all this was given to him by Ling Xiao. His loyalty to Ling Xiao was even stronger than before. I'm convinced. Qing Huanhua, who was at the side, wiped the bloodstains on her sword. She could not help but shake her head and smile bitterly. I originally thought that Ling Xiao was the weakest link in our team. I didn't expect him to be the strongest instead. This time, I've really slapped my own face. Sai, it's not just you. I'm the same. When Him Master told me to listen to Ling Xiao, I was puzzled. Ling Xiao didn't enter the sect as early as I did, and his cultivation wasn't as strong as mine. Why should I listen to him? But now, I finally understand. Chu Rifeng also sighed. He was a straightforward person, but he wasn't stupid. From this series of battles, he understood how strong Ling Xiao was. Alright, stop praising me. Let's hurry to Heavenly Demon Peak. If there's anything, we can talk about it on the way. After killing the violets, it was unlikely that they would encounter too much trouble in the first test of Heavenly Demon Mountain. Trampling through Heavenly Demon Mountain might be scary for others. But for Ling Xiao, it was nothing. Who asked him to have a pair of eyes that could seek luck and avoid disaster? This was something that no one else could compare to. Yes, it's time to go. Otherwise, if we encounter Desert Cloud and Akira again, it'll be troublesome. Chapter 2361. Ling Xiao, you said that Ling Yan is your good brother? The Qingyuan Flower asked on the way to the Sky Devil Peak. Yes. Ling Xiao nodded. A good brother who has gone through life and death together. Then can you lend me a hand and help me save him? The Qingyuan Flower had always wanted to save Ling Yan, but she didn't dare to say this to anyone. She was worried that exposing her secret would bring trouble to herself and Ling Yan. But today, she said it out loud. There was no other reason other than that she trusted Ling Xiao and Ling Zhao's teammates. How can I help? Ling Xiao was naturally willing to help. In fact, he had wanted to save Ling Yan, but he wasn't strong enough. If you want to save Ling Yan, you have to get all 8 treasures of the 8 Immortal Mountain, the Qingyuan Flower replied. I've also heard that the 8 Immortals Mountain has 8 outstanding magical treasures. Each of them is extremely powerful. Furthermore, they contain powerful martial arts inheritances. However, what exactly are these 8 items? Ling Xiao asked curiously. The 8 treasures are the treasures of the 8 great clans. The Sand Clan's Golden Sand Hand. The Sword Clan's Supreme Black Demon Sword. The Dark Clan's Shadow Black Gourd. The Jin Clan's Heaven Falling Earth Splitting Blade. The Sky Clan's Spatial Blue Treasure Book. The Snake Clan's Snake Hair Petrification Shield. The Bird Clan's Heavenly Bird Cage. The Moon Clan's Moonlight Soul Controlling Needle. Each of the treasures of the 8 great clans is a divine grade spiritual artifact. And the martial arts techniques included are all Jade grade pinnacle martial arts techniques. This could be said to be the strongest martial arts techniques a yin-yang realm warrior could cultivate. At least in the Black Tortoise continent. Sounds good. Although I've cultivated to the Rebirth realm, I've never had a divine grade spiritual artifact. At most, I only have a fine grade spiritual artifact. As for peak Jade grade martial skills, I have never even touched them. Ling Zhao's martial arts in the past were mostly martial arts that could continuously evolve as his cultivation increased. There was no definite level. The highest level of martial skill that he had cultivated was high Jade grade. Thinking about it carefully, he was really pitiful. Who would have thought that after coming to the Black Tortoise continent, This small 8 immortal mountain would have 8 divine grade spirit weapons and 8 sets of matching peak jade grade martial skills. Will there be a way to save Ling Yan if I can get these 8 magical equipment? Ling Xiao asked. That's for sure, because these 8 magic treasures are the keys to open the 5th floor of the ghost prison. The 5th floor of the ghost prison was not only the place where the most vicious criminals of the 8 Immortals Mountain were kept. It was also the best place to cultivate in the 8 Immortals Mountain. If you want to enter the 5th level, not only do you have to be at least at the 5th level of Hell, you also have to be a disciple of the 8 Immortals Mountain. Qinghuan explained. That's why I'm so eager to become a disciple of the 8 Immortals Mountain. You will achieve this goal. Of course, so will I. Ling Xiao looked at Qinghuan and smiled faintly. For him, the 5th floor of the ghost prison was not a place that was out of his reach. As for the 8 divine grade spiritual artifacts, he had to get his hands on them. No matter how difficult the process was, he wanted to try. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if he couldn't even save his good brother. It's very difficult to get the 8 magic treasures. You have to be mentally prepared. In the past, only Ling Yan had the right to use 4 of the magic treasures. But because of this, it made others jealous. In the end, the hero of the 8 Immortals Mountain, the strongest sect master in history, was reduced to a traitor. Qinghuan sighed and said, Gossip is a fearful thing. Some people can talk nonsense when they have power. I know that gossip is a fearful thing, but that's also because my good brother was too kind. If he had eradicated the dissidents earlier, he wouldn't have fallen to this point. Ling Xiao wanted to save Ling Yan, but he would not avoid the mistake that Ling Yan had made in the past. That was, he trusted people too much and thought that everyone cared about their face. But in fact, many of the higher-ups of the 8 Immortals Mountain were shameless people. The higher one went on the Celestial Demon Mountain, the more difficult it was to walk. The terrifying cold wind whistled. If one was not a martial artist, they would be frozen into an ice sculpture in an instant. The terrifying cold was not something that ordinary people could bear. Even for martial artists, if their cultivation was slightly weaker, they would feel excruciating pain when they reached this place. It was unbearable. That's the Celestial Demon Peak. Looking into the distance, Ling Xiao found that the Celestial Demon Peak was somewhat special. It was completely different from the harsh environment around. The Celestial Demon Peak was full of flowers, and the climate seemed to be very warm. It was completely different from what he had imagined. That's great. Our first round of assessment is finally coming to an end. It's been a torment along the way. Chu Rafong panted. Fortunately, they had Ling Xiao to lead the way. Otherwise, they would have been in a very sorry state. They even saw with their own eyes that some teams were forced to retreat to the bottom of the Celestial Demon Peak by the sudden appearance of the Celestial Demons. They fell straight down, and the only thing that could be heard were their screams. Desert Cloud and Akira have indeed arrived early. In this vast snowy and foggy place, only Ling Xiao could see the top of the mountain from such a distance. More than 1,000 meters in front of them, Desert Cloud and Akira were leading 2 teams from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain to the top of the mountain. At the top of the mountain, in a huge courtyard, the 8 mountain lords and the people from the 8 Immortals Mountain were sitting in the courtyard. The spring breeze caressed their faces, and the fragrance of tea filled the air. In front of them, many people were lying haphazardly. Some were receiving treatment, some had blank expressions, and some were furious. These people had all been eliminated in advance. Some were ambushed by monsters, and some were ambushed by celestial demons. However, most of them were defeated by the geniuses of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain led by Desert Cloud and Akira. Of course, there were also some who were defeated by Team Skyscraper. But these people were all disciples of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. I didn't expect that you guys from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain would also end up like this. It's really satisfying. Under the leadership of Desert Cloud and Akira, you guys wanted to eliminate all the other teams. Let the Scarlet Immortal Mountain monopolize 4 teams. Unfortunately, it seems that your dream is about to be shattered. The one who spoke was Green Source, who had already been eliminated. Green Source's team was not as lucky as the Yen team. They also encountered Desert Cloud and the others and were directly eliminated. Originally, they were furious and unhappy. However, when they realized that the Scarlet Immortal Mountain actually had 15 people and 3 teams were eliminated, their mood improved a lot. Humph! The people from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain snorted. Senior Brother Sha and Miss Ling will avenge us. That Ling Xiao will definitely be eliminated. The people from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain really hated Ling Xiao to the bone. Chapter 2362. Hee, so it was Ling Xiao who eliminated you guys. It was Qingluan Flower who did it, right? It's no wonder you guys were eliminated. Qingluan Flower's strength is in the top 5 among the 100 of us. LV Yuan said with a smile. So what if they eliminated us? We're still going to be eliminated. He might not even be able to survive. The disciples of Scarlet Fairy Mountain firmly believed that Ling Xiao would not be able to escape from Desert Cloud and Akira's pursuit. Until now, Li Yan's team from the Orange Immortal Mountain, Ziluan's team from the Purple Immortal Mountain, Ling Xiao's team from the Black Immortal Mountain, and Sha Yun and Qilinga's teams from the Red Immortal Mountain have yet to appear. I'm afraid there won't be enough teams to advance. Orange Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master looked at No Light in the Night worriedly and said, How many people are there? We don't need trash in 8 Immortal Mountain. If they can't even pass the first round of the assessment, then forget it. No Light in the Night said coldly. If one team passes in the end, just one team. There won't be a rematch. His words made many of the geniuses who were hoping to see a rematch sigh helplessly. In terms of happiness, the happiest ones were Scarlet Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master and Purple Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master. From their point of view, Desert Cloud, Akira Squad, and Team Violet were the most likely to advance. As for Li Yan Team and Team Skyscraper, they would either miss the time or be killed. Although the rules stated that killing was not allowed, there was a huge loophole in the Soul Lock Token's distress signal. People would die in the assessment. This was something that everyone was well aware of. Sire, I only hope that Qingluan Flower can return safely. It doesn't matter if she advances or not. With Ling Xiao and the others as burdens, she's lucky to be alive. The Mountain Master of the Green Immortal Mountain sighed. Clearly, he was extremely displeased with Ling Xiao and the grouping this time around. In his opinion, if the Qingluan team was eliminated, it must be because of Ling Xiao and the others. Sigh, Fei Ying's luck isn't that good either. She's actually in the same group as Ling Xiao. Actually, Desert Cloud is very welcoming of her. If she were to follow Desert Cloud, she would definitely pass. The Orange Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master sighed as well. Even if he was beaten to death, he didn't believe that following Ling Xiao would allow them to pass. However, his granddaughter's temper was very stubborn. He simply couldn't persuade her. Helplessly, they could only wait until next year. The night is formless. Aren't you going to take a look? Perhaps your beloved disciple has already been killed, and even the distress signal has been sent out. No Light in the Night said to the Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord with a smile. As an elder and the person in charge of the Dark Tribe, you should watch your words. Don't end up being slapped in the face. Not only will you be slapped in the face, but the Dark Tribe will also be humiliated with you. The Night is Formless looked at No Light in the Night indifferently and said. He was the only one who wasn't satisfied with Ling Xiao at all. This was because he knew very well how strong his disciple was. If he couldn't even pass this small test, Ling Xiao wouldn't have been able to live until today. It sounds like you still think that Ling Xiao can pass? After so many years, not only has your strength deteriorated, even your judgment has deteriorated. That pretentious trash was the earliest to die. No Light in the Night was very unhappy with Ling Xiao, probably because Ling Xiao had talked back to him before. A pretentious piece of trash? Aren't you the same? The Night is Formless sneered. No Light in the Night was about to speak when he suddenly saw figures appear in the distance. It's the Desert Cloud Squad and the Akira Squad. Desert Cloud and Akira's expressions were ugly. Because not only did they fail to kill Ling Xiao, but they were also made a fool of by Ling Xiao. But they couldn't say this out loud, because it was too embarrassing. "What's wrong, you two? Take out the soul-locking tablets you obtained and show them to everyone." Scarlet Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord Scarlet Viper saw the listless expressions of Desert Cloud and Akira and felt unhappy. "You two have already advanced. Why are you still so unhappy?" This disciple obeys. Desert Cloud Squad has a total of 30 soul-locking tablets. Akira Squad has a total of 30 soul-locking tablets. That's not right, these two added up to 60 soul-locking tablets. Does that mean there are still 40 missing soul-locking tablets? What's so strange about that? Team Violet must have a lot of soul-locking tablets too. Even if Li Yan Team and Team Skyscraper were eliminated, or even killed, with Violet's strength, it's not surprising that she obtained 40 soul-locking tablets. Yes, that Violet is an assassin from the Dark God Palace. Although she joined our 8 Immortal Mountain, she didn't lose her skills. She's very powerful. Looks like she's going to get first place in the first round. That's fine, there's still the second round to decide the final 3 disciples to advance to the 8 Immortal Mountain. I don't think there's a need for a duel. It's definitely Desert Cloud, Akira, and Violet's. Everyone was talking about it, but they didn't care about Team Skyscraper at all. They even ignored Li Yan Team. Ha ha, the knight is invisible. Did you hear that? This is called public opinion. Your disciple doesn't look like much. The eyes of the masses are really bright. No Light in the Night laughed. Senior Grand Elder, may I know what has made you so happy? This voice made No Light in the Night's laughter stop abruptly. Everyone looked at the source of the voice in shock. Team Skyscraper and Li Yan Team actually came together. You didn't die? No Light in the Night's pupils suddenly shrank, but he immediately laughed again. Interesting, really interesting. It seems that my eyesight isn't good enough. Senior Yuan, you must be joking. I still want to fight to enter the 8 Immortal Mountain. How can I die so easily? Ling Xiao laughed as he led everyone over. What surprised everyone was that whether it was Li Yan Team or Team Skyscraper, they all treated Ling Xiao as their leader. Their attitude was very respectful. Let's not talk about entering the 8 Immortal Mountain first. Where are your soul-locking tablets? No Light in the Night asked coldly. Ha! Ling Xiao handed over all the soul-locking tablets of his team. 30 tablets. There are 30 tablets too. How is this possible? The Mountain Lord of Purple Fairy Mountain suddenly stood up. He was the most nervous. Because if Team Skyscraper obtained 30 soul-locking tablets, then what happened to Team Violet? Nothing is impossible, Ling Xiao said calmly. I can even tell you where these soul-locking tablets came from. 15 of them were given to us by the 3 teams of Scarlet Fairy Mountain. After saying this, he looked at Desert Cloud and Akira provocatively and laughed. Some people wanted to harm us, but in the end, they suffered a double loss. Ha! Of the remaining 15 tablets, 5 are ours, and 10 were taken from Violet's. Chapter 2363. Bullsh T. You think you can snatch something from the Violets? Purple Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord scolded. Believe it or not, I'm too lazy to explain. Senior Sister Li Yan, it's your turn. Ling Xiao shrugged and retreated to the side. Li Yan Team handed over a total of 10 soul-locking tokens. With that, 100 soul-locking tokens were gathered. Even if Purple Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord didn't believe what Ling Xiao said, he had to believe it now. At this point, the 4 teams that passed the second round stood out. Scarlet Fairy Mountain's 2 teams. Orange Fairy Mountain's Li Yan Team and Black Fairy Mountain's Team Skyscraper. Those who were bragging about the Violets and mocking Ling Xiao shut their mouths completely. Even if they were beaten to death, they would not dare to believe that Ling Xiao had actually advanced, and with such good results. Ling Xiao actually passed the second round. What a surprise! Orange Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord was sitting next to Black Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord. When he saw this scene, he was stunned. He was still complaining about the injustice for his granddaughter, Chen Feiying. Now, he felt his old face burning. However, he was still happy. Even if he was slapped in the face by Ling Xiao, as long as his granddaughter passed the first round, he wasn't afraid. Even if Ling Xiao slapped his face a few more times, he wouldn't care. Humph, it's all because our Qingyuan flower is strong enough. Otherwise, do you think Ling Xiao's trash could pass the second round? Green Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord couldn't accept such a slap in the face. Even at this point, he still felt that Ling Xiao was basking in the glory of Green Fairy Mountain. Mountain Lord, you're wrong. Ling Xiao and the rest aren't basking in my glory. On the contrary, I'm basking in their glory. If not for them, I would have died long ago. Qingyuan Flower didn't want to say anything at first, but she felt that Green Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord was too much. Even if you look down on Ling Xiao, you don't have to say such nasty things. What do you want me to do when you say that? After all, Ling Xiao, Chu Rifeng, Lin Yang, and Cheng Feiying were considered trash, but they were the saviors of her Qingyuan Flower. Upon hearing the Qingyuan Flower's words, the Green Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master wished he could find a hole to crawl into. He had completely lost all his face. He was surprised by the Qingyuan's words and hated the Qingyuan even more for speaking up for Ling Xiao, which made him lose face. But who could be blamed for this? It was all his fault for spouting too much nonsense. You should just accept it obediently after being slapped in the face, but you actually mocked and ridiculed Ling Xiao. Aren't you just looking for trouble? Brat, don't think that you're really strong just because the Qingyuan Flower is speaking for you. So what if the four of you have passed the first round? Fighting against Celestial Devil Peak was the key. There are only 3 people who can ascend the 8 Immortal Mountain. Can you do it? Can the 4 of you do it? The Green Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master refused to give in and said shamelessly, Old man, I respect you as an elder and don't want to argue with you, but I didn't expect you to push your luck. I didn't hurt anyone from Green Immortal Mountain. Why do you have such a big grudge against me? Are you crazy? Ling Xiao couldn't help but point at the Green Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master's nose and scold. I'm telling you, I don't know if the others will ascend in the final battle against Celestial Devil Peak, but I'll definitely be one of them. Dream on. The Green Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master said. We'll know soon whether I'm dreaming or not. But as an elder and a Mountain Master, if I really ascend, won't you do something? Ling Xiao said coldly. If the Scarlet Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master and Purple Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master hated him, he could understand. After all, they had a grudge against each other. However, the Green Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master had no grudge against him in the past. On the contrary, Green Immortal Mountain was indebted to him. Not only did this person not speak for him, but he also kept mocking him and calling him trash. Who could stand it? Anyway, Ling Xiao couldn't stand it. If you really ascend to the 8 Immortal Mountain, I'll apologize to you in front of everyone and agree to one of your requests. What do you think? The Green Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master was going all out against Ling Xiao. He didn't believe the Qingyuan Flower's words at all. He always felt that Ling Xiao had cast some kind of magic on the Qingyuan Flower to make her fall head over heels for him and talk nonsense. He also didn't believe that Ling Xiao could become one of the 3 disciples who ascend to the 8 Immortal Mountain. He wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Okay, you're an elder. Everyone here heard what you said. Don't go back on your word when the time comes. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. Was there any difficulty for him in dealing with emergencies? No. He just wanted to know who his next opponent would be. Okay, let's not argue about what happened in the first round. Since the assessment is over and the 4 teams that have advanced to the second round have stood out, let's start the drawing of lots for the second round. No Light in the Night also didn't believe that Ling Xiao was the one who had passed the first round. Therefore, he wanted to start the second round as soon as possible so that Ling Xiao could reveal his true colors as soon as possible. The second round was a one-on-one battle. It was impossible for Ling Xiao to take advantage of the situation. At this time, many people were still surprised that Team Skyscraper had advanced to the next round. When he suddenly said this, the scene instantly quieted down. Therefore, the 20 people who had advanced to the next round began to draw lots. Drawing lots was all based on luck. No one knew who they would be assigned to in the end. Soon, the drawing of lots was over. Sand Eagle was in charge of announcing the results of the groups. Group 1, Akira, Ling Xiao, and 3 disciples from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. Group 2, Desert Cloud, Tian Rafeng, Li Yan, and 2 members of the Li Yan team. Group 3, Lin Yang, Cheng Feiying, and 3 disciples from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. Group 4, Qingluan and the remaining 4 people. Ling Xiao actually heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this grouping. Because he felt that other than him, the ones who had the highest chance of advancing to the next round were Qingluan and Lin Yang. The 2 of them weren't assigned to the same group as Desert Cloud and Akira. This was definitely a blessing. Otherwise, with their strength, it would really be difficult for them to fight against Desert Cloud and Akira. He felt that the groups were good. Akira also felt that the groups were good. She looked at Ling Xiao excitedly and said, "I let you escape before, but this time, let's see where you can run to in a one-on-one battle." Ling Xiao sneered and retorted, "Akira, you're your mother's only remaining daughter. I didn't want to make her too sad, but you've tried to kill me time and time again. Even if I'm made of mud, I'll still be angry. If you want to die, then don't blame me. You're unlucky to be assigned to the same group as me." It could be said that the 2 of them had already made a declaration of war before the duel. The smell of gunpowder instantly became strong. "Ling Xiao, if I can't step into the upper 8 Immortal Mountain, you'll complete this mission for me. Remember, you must get the 8 divine grade spiritual artifacts." Qingluan now had higher expectations for Ling Xiao than she did for herself. Chapter 2364. Qingluan Flower knew that Ling Xiao was a strong but secretive person. Those who looked down on him would definitely be punished. "Of course." Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Let's all work hard together. And Lin Yang, you got that good thing. I have high hopes for you. Boss, don't worry. I won't let you down." Lin Yang was full of confidence now. Because among everyone, there were only 3 people he was wary of: Ling Xiao, Desert Cloud, and Akira. Akira was in the same group as Ling Xiao, so he would definitely be eliminated. In the end, it was very likely that only he, Ling Xiao, and Desert Cloud would be left. Therefore, he was very confident and was prepared to shock everyone. Who said that Team Skyscraper was trash? How could 2 trash be promoted to 8 Immortal Mountain? If you have time to bicker, go back and rest. You will have 2 hours to rest. After 2 hours, gather here and the Sky Demon Peak competition will officially begin. When the time comes, we will show who is stronger and who is weaker on Sky Demon Peak. There is no need to talk nonsense here." No Light in the Night suddenly said. "Yes." When it came to No Light in the Night, except for Ling Xiao and Dark Knight Formless, no one dared to talk back or say a word. This time, Ling Xiao did not say much. Rest was also necessary for him. In the first round, he fought and saved people, so he had used up a lot of energy. The next round would be a one-on-one battle. He did not have to think about others anymore. He only had to think about how to defeat his opponent. "Wait a minute!" The Mountain Lord of Purple Fairy Mountain, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly stood up and saluted No Light in the Night. "Grand Elder, the rules of the test forbid killing. But as you just heard, Ling Xiao said that he killed the Violets and the people of Scarlet Fairy Mountain. We can't not punish him at all, right?" No Light in the Night looked at Ling Xiao and asked coldly, "Did you kill him?" "That's right, I killed him." "So what? Could it be that only they are allowed to kill me, but I am not allowed to fight back?" Ling Xiao originally wanted to make up an excuse, but he changed his mind. This was the Demonic Mountain, a place that the 8 Immortals Mountain had long used to test their disciples. It was impossible for them not to find out the truth. Instead of lying, he might as well tell the truth. Moreover, he had actually carefully studied the rules and regulations of this assessment, and none of them said that he could not kill anyone. The original text only said, Don't kill people rashly. If you are caught, it will be very troublesome. What an arrogant guy. But did he really kill those violets? Why can't I believe it? The eliminated disciples of the Purple Deity Mountain all shook their heads. Very good. I must praise you for this. You have the guts to do it. You can be considered a man. Go and prepare for the next assessment. No Light in the Night suddenly smiled. If Ling Xiao had lied just now, he would have punished him without hesitation because he hated people who lied to him. But Ling Xiao actually told the truth. Although he also hated Ling Xiao, he would not punish him. Because he really wanted to know how far this kid could go after offending so many people. As a bystander, there was no harm in watching the show. After all, Ling Xiao had no enmity with him. Senior Elder, you can't do this. The Mountain Master of the Purple Deity Mountain was anxious. What can I do? Those violets used the 4 members of her team as sacrifices to temper her heavenly demon spider transformation. Did she really think that no one knew? Such a villain has been hiding in the 8 Immortals Mountain for a long time and has been plotting against us. Ling Xiao killed her, which can be considered as getting rid of evil for the sect. Also, have you become muddle-headed? Is there a rule in the assessment that forbids killing? As long as you kill the opponent before the disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain come to rescue you, you are not guilty. No Light in the Night coldly glanced at the Purple Deity Mountain's Mountain Master, then flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. It was the first time he had explained so much to the other party. If it were in the past, he would not have explained at all. The Purple Deity Mountain's Mountain Master shuddered. He knew very well what would happen if he offended No Light in the Night. No Light in the Night is very strong, but I really can't see through him. How strong is he? Ling Xiao could not help but ask when he left with the Black Deity Mountain's Mountain Master. Since you are a reincarnation realm martial artist, you should know that the Yin-Yang realm has 18 levels of hell. In the 8 Immortals County, the strongest person's cultivation is at 1 star with 6 levels of hell. No Light in the Night's strength is second only to him. It can be said that if he wanted to, he could easily kill the Purple Deity Mountain's Mountain Master, and the other party would not even have the strength to fight back. Black Knight Formless sighed and said, You shouldn't be too arrogant in front of him. At the very least, before you recover your previous cultivation, you should try not to be too arrogant. Otherwise, if he really attacks, even I may not be able to stop him. But Mountain Master, I think you are stronger than him. Ling Xiao said with a sly smile. That's an illusion. Black Knight Formless shook his head and did not explain further. However, Ling Xiao did not believe that it was an illusion. Although his Taiji eye could not see through the cultivation of Black Knight Formless and No Light in the Night, he was absolutely certain that Black Knight Formless was stronger than No Light in the Night. It was just that for some reason, Black Knight Formless was unwilling to compete. Wait a moment, little brother. Just as Ling Xiao wanted to ask more about No Light in the Night from Black Knight Formless, the Mountain Master's Mountain Master chased after him. The Orange Deity Mountain's Mountain Master chuckled and chased after him. Is there something you need, old senior? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Stop calling me old senior. It's so embarrassing. To think that I said in front of others that Fei Ying followed the wrong person and that she would definitely not advance to the next stage if she followed you. Now that I've been slapped in the face, I'm happy. Moreover, I heard from Li Yan that you saved them from the encirclement of over 100 nether wolves. If it weren't for you, they wouldn't have advanced to the next stage, right? Is there really such a thing? Black Knight Formless asked in surprise. It's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning. I only hope that old senior will have more confidence in me in the future. Don't make me slap your face all the time. You are Miss Fei Ying's grandfather. I can't slap your face all the time, Ling Xiao said with a smile. As for the matter of saving them, he downplayed it. If he talked about it too much, it would make him seem pretentious, as if he was asking for repayment. However, the Orange Deity Mountain's Mountain Master did not wait for him to decline and stuffed 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones into his hands as thanks. Although it was not a lot of spirit stones, it was still a token of appreciation. Ling Xiao did not refuse and accepted it. He had spent too many low-grade spirit stones at the last auction. Recently, he was lacking these things. I didn't bring many good things with me this time. Use these spirit stones first. When we return to the 8 Deity Mountain, I have something good to give you. I definitely won't let you down. Chapter 2365. After returning to his room, Ling Xiao began to tidy up the spoils of war. The 5 genius disciples of the Scarlet Fairy Mountain and the storage rings of the violets. There were quite a lot of good things in there. On the way here, Ling Xiao did not look carefully. He only knew that the violets' storage rings contained spirit stones and the soul lock token. Now that the soul lock token had been handed over, he was not particularly clear about the number of spirit stones in there. For the convenience of using them in the future, it was better to tidy them up. He had done many things like killing and robbing, so he was not particularly excited. However, after he checked all 6 storage rings, he could not help but be excited. The difference is too big, isn't it? We, the disciples of the Black Fairy Mountain, would be thankful if we had 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, these fellows had tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones and millions of mid-grade spirit stones. We've really struck it rich. These spirit stones were enough for him to buy many herbs and cultivation necessities. Mid-grade spirit stones, on the other hand, were necessary for cultivation. No matter what cultivation materials he obtained, mid-grade spirit stones were essential. These 1 million spirit stones were enough for him to use for a long time. Of course, in addition to these spirit stones, there were some clothes in the storage rings, as well as some martial arts manuals. Ling Xiao did not need these things, so he planned to keep them to enrich his secret library in the Celestial Empire. Although it was easy for him to get these low-grade and mid-grade jade martial arts manuals, they were rare items in the White Tiger continent. After tidying up, Ling Xiao put all the storage rings that he did not need together. He planned to give them to his own people. These storage rings, don't look at how he did not take them seriously, but to the vast majority of martial artists, they were rare items. His dream was that storage rings would no longer be rare items in the Celestial Empire. They would become common items that everyone had. After keeping the storage rings, he began to meditate to recover. Although he was not injured, he had used up a lot of energy. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he could consolidate the results that he had honed along the way. Especially the 4th style of the meteor sword art that he had just mastered. That formidable power still made his heart surge. After pondering over it for a while, this move would definitely be useful in the upcoming duel on Celestial Devil Peak. 2 hours passed very quickly. Outside, the disciples of the Upper 8 Immortal Mountains sent out a signal to gather. Ling Xiao tidied up his clothes and stepped out of the room. Together with the others, they returned to the courtyard of Heavenly Devil Peak. At this moment, a huge screen had appeared in the sky above the courtyard. This screen was condensed from essence energy and could receive soul signals, perfectly transmitting the battle scene. The 4 teams participating in the battle, come here! No Light in the Night waved his hand, and the 4 groups of 20 participants all came to his side. Now I'll briefly explain the rules. When you challenge Celestial Devil Peak, you'll be randomly teleported to different auxiliary peaks. Then, in a one-on-one battle, there are only 2 ways to end the battle. One is to admit defeat, and the other is to lose consciousness. This includes being unconscious or dying. When No Light in the Night was reading out the rules, the participants were whispering to each other. Akira and Desert Cloud stood together from the beginning. Junior Linger, are you confident in dealing with that Ling Xiao? That kid's strength seems to be much stronger than before? Desert Cloud reminded her. I know, but no matter how much he improves, his current cultivation is only at the early stage of the first transformation's 2nd layer of hell. Although there are some strange beast warrior transformations that can at most raise his battle strength to the middle stage of the 2nd layer of hell. But I have the Crimson Demon battle body, and my battle strength is not inferior to the early stage of the first transformation 3rd layer of hell. Do you think I'll be afraid of him? Akira said unhappily. She felt that Desert Cloud was not being concerned, but looking down on her. It's good that you're confident. I've already seen that in your group, only Ling Xiao is difficult to deal with. The other three are our own people, and they should admit defeat immediately. Desert Cloud said with a smile. Senior Brother Sha's group doesn't have any powerful people. Li Yan and Bei Renfeng's strength is not bad, but under Senior Brother Sha's hands, they probably won't last more than 3 moves, Akira said indifferently. 3 moves? 1 move to end the battle. Actually, the most troublesome thing is not the group battles, but the battle between the 4 people after the first place is decided. Maybe the 2 of us will have to fight, Desert Cloud said disdainfully. Yes, not only the 2 of us, I think that Qinghuan Flower should also be able to enter the final 4 battles. No matter who meets her, don't be soft-hearted. She actually dares to mix with Ling Xiao. We should let her understand that it's a big mistake, Akira said in a low voice. These 2 people did not put Ling Xiao in their eyes at all. Even when Ling Xiao escaped from the 2 of them, they thought that it was because they were careless. After all, they did not use their full strength at that time. The only thing they were afraid of now was Qinghuan Flower. The other opponents that were a threat to them were all defeated by them in the first round. All right, no more nonsense. The rules have been announced. Now, let's begin the first battle. The first battle was between Akira and a genius from the Scarlet Fairy Mountain. This genius immediately announced his surrender and did not even step into the battlefield. Since there were 5 people in a group, everyone would have to fight 4 battles. In the end, the one with the most victories would advance. Hence, the disciples of the Scarlet Fairy Mountain were very clear that rather than fighting among themselves, it would be better to let Akira advance directly. The second battle was between Desert Cloud and Bei Renfeng. Junior Brother Ling, I'm not Desert Cloud's opponent, but I'm not willing to admit defeat just like that. Watch carefully. Bei Renfeng's words were clear to Ling Xiao. He wanted to fight with Desert Cloud so that Ling Xiao could see how Desert Cloud fought. Senior brother, there's no need to fight head-on. If you can't win, just admit defeat. Don't worry, even if you can't advance to the 8 Immortal Mountain, I can still make your strength stronger than those disciples in the 8 Immortal Mountain. Ling Xiao said this because he was confident in this aspect. He had once reached the Rebirth Realm. In the 8 Immortal City, there were no longer any warriors with such cultivation. The last Rebirth Realm expert was still Ling Yan. All right, I believe you. Bei Renfeng nodded. If it was before, he would definitely not believe Ling Xiao's words. However, after going through so many things, he absolutely believed Ling Xiao's words. Activate the teleportation formation. No light in the night activated the teleportation formation. Through the huge screen, they could see the battle between the 2. It was also a mountain peak, but there was boiling lava everywhere, releasing a terrifying amount of heat. Chapter 2366. The battle against the Heavenly Demon Peak is indeed not an ordinary arena battle. The moment I step into the lava, I have to use my origin energy to protect my body from being burned, and I have to split my attention to fight. This is indeed difficult, much more difficult than an ordinary arena battle. Moreover, there might be terrifying elemental creatures attacking from time to time. Even if you are strong, you have to be careful. Otherwise, it is absolutely possible for you to fail miserably. Ling Xiao looked at the battlefield on the big screen and could not help but sigh in his heart. This made him involuntarily think of some of the battles he had experienced in the past. A one-on-one battle in such a harsh environment was really rare. I'll go first. Ho Renfeng, don't be scared out of your wits. Desert Cloud looked coldly at Ho Renfeng and stepped into the teleportation array. Then, his figure appeared on the screen. He stepped lightly in the void. If one looked closely, they would realize that there was a thin layer of gravel under his feet. It was this layer of gravel that allowed him to easily soar in the void without using too much origin energy. I'm not afraid to say that although Desert Cloud is a little arrogant, the Sand Race's martial soul is really difficult to deal with. Ling Xiao frowned. He knew that Desert Cloud could float in the air because of the sand race's martial soul. In comparison, Horifone was a little clumsy. He could only rely on his own body movement to leap up. This way, he could avoid being burned by the boiling lava. However, this would consume a lot of origin energy. I advise you to admit defeat as soon as possible so that you won't embarrass yourself in front of so many people. Otherwise, I will definitely make you lose all your face and never be able to raise your head in the 8 Immortal Mountain. Although Desert Cloud thought that he was much stronger than Horifone, he still wanted to use as little energy as possible to defeat Horifone in the most energy-efficient way. Bullsh*T, I am not as good as you, but I won't lose to you easily. Horifone knew that he was not Desert Cloud's opponent. However, this arena was not an ordinary one. He still had a chance to turn the tables. Moreover, his opponent's words were so unpleasant. How could he admit defeat so quickly? He would not do it even if he was beaten to death. His High Renfeng was someone who cared about his reputation. Very well, you asked for it. Desert Cloud snorted coldly and waved his hand. A spear made of sand pierced through the air and shot out. He charged towards Horifone at an extremely fast speed. Horifone frowned, but he did not retreat or dodge. Instead, he charged towards the Desert Cloud. Because he knew very well that if he chose to dodge at this time, he might have to keep running until he was defeated in the end. He would have no chance to get close to his opponent at all. If they wanted to encounter the Desert Cloud, they had to be fearless. The terrifying spear pierced through Horenfeng's body. However, at that moment, the Horenfeng managed to avoid being hit. Taking advantage of Desert Cloud's surprise, it dashed out. His fists landed heavily on Desert Cloud's body. I hit him! Horifone revealed a look of ecstasy. He had risked getting injured so that he could land the final hit on Desert Cloud. He wanted to use his strongest attack on Desert Cloud. However, in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. Desert Cloud's ferocious expression appeared in front of his eyes. With your weak fists, so what if I hit you? Can you even catch me? A layer of strange sand appeared on Desert Cloud's body. It was like an eggshell and easily blocked Horenfeng's attack. Therefore, Horenfeng's attack did not cause any damage to his opponent. Admit defeat! Ling Xiao suddenly shouted. I admit defeat! Horifone subconsciously shouted out. When he shouted the words I admit defeat, Desert Cloud did not have any intention of stopping. Terrifying Yin-Yang Yuan Qi was injected into the spear. A terrifying suction force began to absorb Horenfeng's blood. Bastard! At that moment, no light in the night slammed the chair and Desert Cloud, who was fighting, was sent flying. Do I have to explain the rules I've mentioned a second time? If something like this happens again, and the opponent still attacks after admitting defeat, not only will he be disqualified, I will kill him personally. Desert Cloud was unwilling, but he was scared out of his wits. No light in the night actually attacked him across space. If not for the fact that he only wanted to push him back, he would have died. He was really scared. Of course, no light in the night did not do this to protect Horifone. He only wanted to protect his own dignity. If someone dared to disobey the rules, he said, he would not allow it. Are you okay, senior brother? Two people came out of the teleportation array. One was the gloomy-looking Desert Cloud, and the other was the weak-looking Horifone. I almost died. That kid is really ruthless. Junior brother, if you meet him, you must be careful. That kid's defense is a little strange. Although it is not a battle constitution, it is better than a battle constitution. Horifone reminded. I know, senior brother. Thank you. In fact, Ling Xiao had watched the battle from beginning to end, so he naturally knew that Desert Cloud's defense was very strong. He gave Horifone a pill and said, There is still some time before your next battle. Go and rest first. Okay. Horifone naturally knew how effective Ling Xiao's pill was, so he happily went to the side and began to heal himself. The third battle was between Lin Yang and the disciple of Scarlet Fairy Mountain. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Yang would lose without a doubt. After all, his opponent's cultivation was stronger than Lin Yang. But when the battle began, the situation was completely different. Lin Yang's heavenly demon spider transformation was powerful and shocking. It directly knocked out the disciple of Scarlet Fairy Mountain. Heavenly demon spider transformation! This kid is a dark horse. That's right. Violets seem to have the heavenly demon spider transformation. I have seen it before. It is really powerful. I didn't expect Lin Yang to have it too. From the looks of it, he should be able to enter the final 4 battles. I think the first group to advance will be Akira. The second group will be Desert Cloud. The third group will be Lin Yang. The fourth group will be Qingluan Flower. Agreed, I think so too. The judgment of the person above was also the judgment of the majority of the people. But there were also people who didn't think so. For example, among the disciples of Upper 8 Immortal Mountain, Lin Ruoxian, who was in charge of guarding duty, believed that Ling Xiao would be able to stand out. Maybe there is more than one dark horse this time. Out of the 4 groups, I am afraid that 3 of the people who advance will be Team Skyscraper. Lin Ruoxian muttered to herself. Stop dreaming, Lin Ruoxian. You think too highly of those trash. Other than the Qingluan Flower, Ling Xiao and Lin Yang have no chance. Sand Eagle said confidently. Chapter 2367. In the 4th group, the Qingluan Flower's victory was almost guaranteed. This was what many people had expected, so it was not surprising. The following battles proceeded in an orderly manner, one battle after another. The rest of the battles did not exceed everyone's expectations. Only Ling Xiao and Lin Yang were the biggest dark horses in this assessment. In the first group, Akira and Ling Xiao were undefeated until the last round. In other words, in the last round, the battle between the 2 of them would be the key. Whoever won would become the final 4 and compete for the 3 spots to enter the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain. In the second group, only Desert Cloud had not lost a single battle and had advanced to the next round. In the third group, Lin Yang had not lost a single battle. In the fourth group, the Qingluan Flower. Therefore, at this time, the battle that attracted the most attention was the battle between Akira and Ling Xiao. Akira was a goddess of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. Even in the entire Lower 8 Immortal Mountain, she was the dream marriage partner of many talented warriors. But this woman's strength made many people feel intimidated at the sight of her. Therefore, every single one of her battles received a lot of attention. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, had done a few earth-shattering things in the past and was very famous in the Lower 8 Immortal Mountain. Even if many people were not convinced, it was the truth. The battle between the 2 of them would undoubtedly become the focus of attention. Moreover, the top 4 of the other 3 groups had already been decided. Only the first group was left. Their battle would attract even more attention. The last battle of the group battle, Ling Xiao vs. Akira. You may step into the teleportation array. No Light in the Night looked at Ling Xiao with interest. It seemed that he was becoming more and more interested in this little guy. Ling Xiao had slapped his face. However, No Light in the Night did not seem to care. If he could recruit a top genius for the Dark Tribe, it did not matter even if his face was smashed. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and stepped into the teleportation portal. Their battlefield this time was exactly the same as the one where Desert Cloud and Hora Foam had fought. Hot lava flowed continuously, and the scalding heat made people afraid to touch the ground. Ling Xiao calmly stepped into the boiling magma and didn't float at all. What is that kid doing? Doesn't he want those feet? But that's boiling hot lava. Seeing Ling Xiao's actions, everyone was shocked. Even Ling Xiao's teammates in the first round were shocked. What are you panicking for? Everyone saw it. An expert was indeed an expert. Dark Knight instantly saw through the strangeness of Ling Xiao's legs. At this moment, not only was Ling Xiao's feet not burned by the boiling lava, it was as if they had become one with the lava. Lava Battle Body! Someone finally recognized Ling Xiao's special skill. That's right. It's the Lava Battle Body, and it's an intermediate one. This kid is really lucky. Maybe this battlefield will be more suitable for him. The Orange Fairy Mountain Master said excitedly. Although his granddaughter Cheng Feiying had been eliminated, she was still young. If she could build a good relationship with Ling Xiao, it would be easier for her to enter the 8 Immortal Mountain in the future. What's an intermediate lava battle body? What a joke! Suddenly, Akira's voice rang out. She stepped directly on the boiling lava, and red scales appeared on the surface of her body. It was very strange. Crimson Demon Battle Body. The disciples of Scarlet Fairy Mountain, who were unhappy with Ling Xiao's intermediate lava battle body, became excited when they saw Akira's Crimson Demon Battle Body. That kid's lava battle body is nothing. It's only an intermediate one. Our Mrs. Crimson Demon Battle Body is an advanced one. Although she hasn't used it yet, I guess that kid Ling Xiao isn't qualified. The disciples of Scarlet Fairy Mountain had reason to believe that Akira could defeat Ling Xiao. Not only was Akira's cultivation higher than Ling Xiao's, but she also had the Crimson Demon Battle Body, which was stronger than Ling Xiao's Lava Battle Body. What did Ling Xiao have to win? Ling Xiao, I really admire you. You actually dared to stand face to face with me. It seems like you're really not afraid of death. Akira looked coldly at Ling Xiao, revealing a mocking expression. Of course I'm afraid of death, but you're not qualified to make me afraid. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. We're already here. If there's nothing else, let's fight. It's really boring to just talk. Since you're so anxious to die, I really want to fulfill your wish. But if you admit defeat, I won't be able to continue attacking. Why don't we make an oath before the battle? Akira wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, she looked at Ling Xiao and said with a smile that wasn't a smile, Smelly girl, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't be so long-winded. Ling Xiao looked at Akira and said coldly, It's very simple. If you admit defeat today, then you'll become the other person's slave for life and can't regret it. How about it? Akira said with a smile that wasn't a smile. I really don't care about a slave like you. If you sell your soul to the Crimson Demon, what if it eats me when I'm sleeping at night? Ling Xiao curled his lips and said, However, since you've already said so, if I don't agree, it would seem that I'm afraid of you. Forget it, I'll do as you say. But I need this oath to get the support of the elders. Otherwise, if you regret it, then no one will help me. After all, your mother is a tigress. I can be the witness. No Light in the Night smiled and seemed to be very interested. After all this time, this guy was also a very playful person. Okay, then thank you, Elder No Light in the Night. Ling Xiao cupped his hands. Although he really didn't care about a slave like Akira, if she admitted defeat, he couldn't be ruthless. No Light in the Night had already displayed a terrifying ability. If he really angered the elder, then he wouldn't be able to keep his life. Akira seemed to be happier than Ling Xiao, because she never thought that she would lose. She was also worried that if Ling Xiao admitted defeat, then she wouldn't have the chance to kill Ling Xiao. Then she would settle for the second best and make Ling Xiao her slave, then she could torture Ling Xiao at will. In this woman's heart, she was actually very jealous of Ling Xiao. She also wanted to trample Ling Xiao under her feet because Ling Xiao was too arrogant and didn't give her face. The oath is over. Should we start the battle? Ling Xiao looked at Akira and said, Of course, you will soon taste the true power of the Crimson Demon Battle Physique. Don't worry. Next, even if you don't die, you will soon become my slave. At that time, if I want you to die, you will die. You don't have any choice. Let's see how long you can be arrogant. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.